Recording in progress. My name is Temshango. Let me check who is here.
Good morning, Chairperson. Morning, colleagues.
Morning,
all.
morning.
How are you, Chairperson?
Morning, Honorable
Morning.
Yes. Honorable members, I'm having an overcast weather. I'm suspecting I need to switch off my video. My reception is not a good one today. May I allow to switch off my video?
No problem, Chair. Good morning.
Morning, Honorable Mhlongo.
Morning,
Honorable
Mr. Mhlongo, Honorable Mr. Mhlongo.
Morning, Honorable Eugene.
Are you healthy today?
I saw that you supported me. I'm very, very happy.
Morning, colleagues.
Morning, Honorable Member.
Let me allow members to greet each other. I was thinking that you are going to be dull after yesterday's match, but I'm seeing that I've got soldiers of the sport. Honorable members, can I take this opportunity to welcome honorable members, our department, Boxing South Africa. I was so happy this morning when I was looking at the TV, seeing that some people there in that SABC or Sakina, it's not just to be in that space, but really, if we have heard today that they even participating on the sport development, I'm happy that this morning we're not going to know that Dr. Stavros has just acknowledged and recognized for public service humanity, as we were seeing, speaking through Sakina about nurturing of young sport, and I was so happy when I was seeing that they even assisted the school in Gauteng, Matafeni. So, honorable members, I'm suspecting that the South Africans, many of them, they do recognize that without this social cohesion, without involving everyone and the poor of the poorest and those who have been not having opportunities, they are assisting the government of South Africa by doing what I've seen this morning. Let me say again that I'm suspecting all of us who are here today with our mixed emotions. Some of us, when we are looking at any sport in the TV playing, when I was seeing that now, I don't see our way. I've started to do what I've done to Irabi. I took off my t-shirt and I've got something now which is developing. I'm starting to have feeling cold, shivering. It was a tough, and it's tough to our hearts, and we're having heavy hearts with the loss of the semi-final yesterday between our team and Australia. It is important as a nation to take a moment though, to appreciate the incredible journey that the Proteas have had through the tournament. Whilst we lost, but it can never overshadow the dedication and hard work put forth by those players. In defeat, it is crucial to remember the character and spirit that our team embodies. The boys, they tried their best. I was thinking that, I was praying, saying that only two, we left with 7 men down, and if we can just have a cash up of 2, but it didn't happen. So as this committee, in behalf, we move forward, that let's not dwell on the defeat, but instead celebrate the journey, the moment of brilliance and the spirit of resilience that our team has showcased. They have made us proud by presenting the country with grace and passion. I extend our deepest gratitude to the players, coaches, and everyone involved in nurturing the team's talent and spirit. We stand by you in both victories and defeats, because that is true sportsmanship is all about. Honorable Mhlongo, Honorable Madlingozi, Honorable Mthethwa, I showed them the video of the last victory of Springbok, when I had to cry as if I did get a bereavement, but I've asked them not to share, because I was embarrassed that they were taking photo of me crying on the bed, crying heavily. To this, I've said, I don't want to cry again. Let me just take off the t-shirt. Let me get to my constituents. I'll open my video there, my virtual in the office. Let me walk. Let me get out of. But we are proud of you, Team South Africa. You're welcome to come back home. You have done your best. In those words, I'm welcoming you, honorable members, and I recognize this morning that there are people who are sharing star leaders of this country. Our president today, it is his birthday. Our DM has got a birthday. So we're saying happy birthday. You must enjoy wherever you are. We know that you are up and down, not with your families. I was not aware that I'm sharing star with these leaders. I'm not going to tell you when it's mine. Honorable members, acting DG, can I give you to tell who is here and the apologies?
Very good morning, Chairperson. Acting DG for a moment today is my son, Andisa Chikwatamba, whilst acting DG long time is on a trip internationally. She is traveling on a business trip. A letter was forwarded to the Chairperson in that regard. We also don't have a minister as well as the Deputy Minister in the meeting today. They are also traveling internationally. Minister started with a trip in Russia, whilst Deputy Minister started by being with our cricket team, but also has another leg of an international trip. So in the meeting today, it's myself for Minister and Deputy Minister Chairperson. My understanding is that letters were also submitted. In the meeting today, it's myself, together with DDG Khan, who is the head of our sport division. She and myself are accompanied by our senior managers. We have Senior Manager Simpiwe Ngcobe, who is also in the sport division as a chief director. We also have Mr. Mfundo Mnana, who is the director as well in the sport division. Then among seniors, one now showing up, I didn't see him earlier. We also have the advisor to the minister, who Baba Max Fuzani, amongst us. In the office of the DG, we also have Miss Nokubonga Ramlepe, whom I've seen, Mr. Ludwig Ralepi, who is our liaison person with the chairperson or portfolio committee's office. We also have Mr. Sbusiso Tsanyani, who is our director in entities management and oversight. That is the senior team chairperson and members of the committee that is on the DSEC side. I've seen that the chairperson from Boxing SA, Baba Lutando Jack, is in the meeting with other members of the board council. I think at the right time, through the chairperson, Boxing SA will introduce the delegation. I pause there, chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting DG. Correctly so, the office of Acting DG or the DG herself did call me, has got an official trip on with other DGs not in the country, and before he forwarded the letter, she called me. Thank you for that. The apologies of Minister and Deputy Minister, they were forwarded last week. We are coming here, all of us knowing that they are not going to be with us. Well, now I'm going to give Chairperson Mr. Jack, hoping that the team is all here. You are aware that we are keen to hear about your financials. When the last meeting with you, Boxing South Africa, we were having proposal because we were not happy about your presentation, and then we proposed some interventions that you must do, hoping in all who is here will love to have what have you done about the proposal of interventions which were proposed by this committee, let alone the AG. So from the very onset, I wanted to set up the tone that we're expecting that all answers must be answered, and all what we pleaded on in assisting on your gaps, that today we'll be getting that explanation. Our visitor led by you, Bao Jack, can you tell who is here, and then apologies if are they. I thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee.
Yes, Wabuja.
I see a hand, Chair. That's why I was a bit quiet. Yeah.
No. I was trying to fix the iPad.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's my video on. How did you see my hand?
No, I'm
Maybe-
saying, I'm not sure whether somebody wanted to speak.
It's
My
Mr.
video
Mhlongo, Honorable Member Mhlongo, Chair.
Honorable Mhlongo, please, Honorable Mhlongo, I'll give you honorable members when they all put the apology, and then you will interact with that with due respect. Go on, Honorable Jack. Honorable Mhlongo, lower your hand, because this is not yet time for honorable members.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning.
Honorable Mhlongo on the platform, or you raise the hand once it's not here. Honorable members,
I'm here, Chair.
please lower
I'll-
your head,
Okay.
please. Yes, okay, thank you. Mr. Jack,
Thank you so much, Chairperson.
okay,
Thanks,
yes,
Chairperson, Honorable Chair, Honorable Member, Acting DG, and management of the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, fellow board members. Chair, I've got all members of the board in this portfolio committee meeting this morning. I've got Dr. Ntangeni, who is the chairperson of Women in Boxing subcommittee. I've got Mr. Maharaj, who is the chairperson of the finance committee. I've got Mr. Gilberto Martins, who is the member of the finance committee. I've got Mr. Soto, who is the chairperson of the sanctioning committee. I've got Mr. Khadu, who is the chairperson of the Back to Basics subcommittee, and I've got also the acting CEO, Mr. Stolle, as well as the CFO chairperson, Mr. Kenneth. Thanks, Chair. So we don't have apologies on our side. Thanks, Chair.
thank you. Thank you. In that order, honorable members, before I give you to adopt the agenda, let me go back to the hand of Honorable Mhlongo.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, colleagues, and good morning to acting DDG. Imagine. Chair, I'm concerned, Chair, that we have acting DDG, there's no senior person in the minister's office. He is not here, the deputy is not here, and this item that we are dealing with is so important. And I'm shocked, honestly, because this thing, in next month, they'll be appointing a team of board members, and whereby we wanted to engage, as your input, Chair Uti, you wonder if they've implemented what we've recommended. I'm raising a concern with in the absence of both the minister and the deputy minister and the acting. They're not here. It's shocking, honestly. I'm noting my concern, Chair. And I think you can put our notion good. We don't consider this as good for us, please.
We are noting what Honorable Mhlongo is saying, but I'm not sure. Can we now, with that noting in our administration, propose maybe I will be getting clear what are you saying properly. Maybe are supposed to start it by adopting of the agenda. Can I propose that agenda must be adopted, honorable members? There's somebody who's just calling me. I'm looking at my chart. There's no hand. I don't have hand here. I don't. There is a hand now. Honorable Sibia. Honorable
Thanks, Chairperson. Good morning to everyone. Adopting the agenda as it is.
We set ourselves.
You set yourselves. There's somebody whose mic is on. Please switch off. Honorable Sibia is adopting the agenda as it is. Honorable Malomani.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to everyone. I'm seconding Honorable Sibia in the adoption of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, can I take this meeting to the agenda of today as agenda has been adopted? As we have noted, the input by Honorable Mhlongo. Can I give Acting DG Mandisa to give us an overview? Except that, honorable members, I was thinking that I'm not sure to you, Acting DG, and to you, Lutando, Mr. Jack, who was supposed to give us the apology of SANABO, because you department, especially you, Boxing South Africa, it's your baby. We're supposed, honorable members, we are aware, all of us as members, that we did get an email giving us an apology of SANABO because of their conference. Let it be noted, because no one did raise it from the side of the department, from the side of Boxing South Africa. Can I give it now to, I wanted that it must be recorded, it's an official apology. Can I give it now to the
Thanks, thank you, Chairperson. If my network fails me on this presentation, Mr. Tsanyane would be able to continue. I'm saying this because I see some notification about my network. And thank you, Chairperson, for the SANABO. I left it for Boxing SA, as you're saying, it's their baby. But thank you very much. A letter was indeed sent. Coming to the presentation, just a quick overview, Chairperson, an overview by us, the department, that just highlights key things that upfront we are saying to the committee, as we shall get the detailed presentation from Boxing SA. These are the areas that we are flagging perhaps as areas of discussions that may ensue during the presentations, or discussions that we've had with them on matters perhaps coming from the previous discussions. Of course, we do take the usual framework of also just capturing on the mandate of the entity, looking at the financial outcomes in terms of status, performance, as well as audit outcomes. This report focusing more on the audit outcomes as well, given the timing of the year of this report to the committee. We are going to speak as well about the composition of the council, being aware that the council, the committee may also be ready to hear what are we doing about the reconstitution of the council, because the timing as well is almost that time where we should be looking at the new council, given that the term of the current council is near end. But we just also look at the general performance of the council in terms of its engagements within the entity as part of its responsibility. Thank you. Can proceed to the next slide. Yes, thank you. Of course, the mandate, as I indicated, it's the Boxing SA is mandated by the South African Boxing Act number 11 of 2001. Emphasis in the act in terms of what is the mandate of the entity, being to provide a structure for boxing as a fraternity of practice in the Republic. Also looking at the administration affairs of the entity, looking at the recognition of emerging or amateur boxers, as well as official and professional boxers as athletes in the sector. Also looking as well into other associations and other support structures for the sport fraternity, which is boxing. Of course, we also look at, as mandated by the Act, look at other operations in terms of the linkages that the boxing sport has with other conventions internationally, as well as conventions and directives that from time to time they have to adhere to. Okay, thank you. Looking at the non-financial performance, the performance is above 81% percentage, which is an improvement compared to prior year, though they can still work towards their baseline year of 2020-21, where they had achieved 92%. So whilst we are happy to see the improvement, we know that they can still go higher given their baseline results. Thank you. Maybe whilst we are pushing to the next slide, we could say perhaps some of the challenges in leadership that they have experienced have also contributed a little bit to the drop in terms of performance. Budget-wise, they have a stagnant budget. It's a budget that is just increasing year on year, based on the annual inflation that we are all receiving as an increment or budget cuts that would also affect them. So they have no special additional funds that they had received neither in 2022-23 nor 2023-24 budget year. By nature of our compact with them and what we are expecting them to do, so far we don't have a grant allocation to Boxing SA. Audit outcomes, they have kept their prior year standard in terms of unqualified with findings, though as we move to the next slide, we are still, we can go to the next slide, we are still concerned in terms of where there have been findings, how they are responding in terms of finalizing disciplinary steps that ought to be taken, where there have been incurred irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. I think in their report, they will go into detail in these areas. There have been some misstatements in their financials, but these were corrected during audit, most of them. I could as well, Chairperson, highlight that they are also experiencing some challenges in terms of revenue collection that is linked to the license fees that they have to collect. I think as well in their presentation, they will be giving us a detail on this. This is the slide, Chairperson, that I said we are just lifting certain things that we think as the department, these are things that we have to constantly track in our engagements with them. Right, we can proceed. My pilot, we can proceed from the slide to the next one. Okay. Then the composition of okay, you can still step back. The composition of the council, we have not been happy with the male chairperson, but that we found ourselves. We are currently working on the process. That is a process towards reconstitution of this board, as we have the term of the current board nearing its end. Mid-December is coming to an end. So we are in a process that we aim to finalize by end of this month, November, latest first week of December. But at all best, it would be end of November. And in that, we have made sure, Chairperson, that we are addressing the issue of gender balance in this board that I promise you. Okay, we can proceed. Comparatively, looking at 2021, 2022, and 2022-23, we see that we have had a higher number of council meetings sitting or council committee meetings sitting, and that can be ascribed to some of the things that the board or council has been trying to wrap up in relation to the CEO, because those are the matters that have to be attended to by the council and or the board. In terms of attendance of council meetings, we are noting that there has been a drop in terms of the percentage, meaning the number of members that have been attending these council meetings. I have not had an opportunity to drill deeper on this one to say what has been the cause, but I'm just inviting upfront Boxing SA to speak to this item. Thank you. We can proceed. They have been participating in our governance structure meetings, governance structure meetings with the department. They are a member and participating in the CFO's forum, a member and participating as well in the CEO's forum, as well as chairperson's forum, and they have been making sure they are represented in all our forum engagements. So at least in terms of their presence, according to their reporting to the department, because these are meetings and sessions for their reporting to the department, we are pleased at the level of their participation in their meeting, in our engagements with them. Thank you. We can proceed. I think almost on the last slide. Composition of the executive management, again, it's greatly male. I know when we were looking at the council of board members, we see that this is an area where our female members don't apply in numbers. We are not sure why, because we know there are female active in the sectors. In the sector, there are females that are active. But one thing, Chairperson and committee members, that I'm raising is that the formula starts to get wrong from the number of applications that we receive, whether we are looking at board members or whether we are just looking at the general recruitment process. Thanks. You can proceed.
Try to be fast, and we are taking all our time. I know by nature,
Okay.
you can't be faster, but try. You exceeded
All
your
right.
time.
Thanks,
Okay.
Chairperson. I've already spoken to the slide, my co-pilot. And my pilot is also not helping me, Chair. I think on other matters, as I said, this is the last slide, Chair. We are reporting that Boxing SA has concluded the matter between themselves and the CEO. They will get into the details of that. Of course, they have now started the process of advertising for the position of the new CEO. I've already spoken to the term of the current board coming to an end mid-December. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mandy.
Last slide. Two.
Yes, thank you so much. Boxing South Africa, Mr. Ntando.
Thank you so much, Chair. Once more for the opportunity to come before Parliament as a matter of course. Let me just start with the SANABO matter, Chair. The Act enjoins us to collaborate with SANABO, which is a legal entity independent of us as Boxing South Africa. So it's responsible for the development of amateur ranks in terms of boxing, and ourselves were responsible for professional boxing. So we've got distinct mandates, and we are totally different structures, which is why we then signed an MOU with SANABO in accordance with the Act. Of course, we would have been happy to have them joining us in this session so that they can confirm that over the past 2 years we've had a very long relationship with the organization. The CEO, acting chair, will deal with some of the issues that the portfolio committee was concerned with. But one of them, which is what the acting DG landed on, has since been addressed because we got a very strong mandate from the portfolio committee to lay to rest the perennial matter of the then CEO of Boxing South Africa. So we've indeed concluded that matter, Chairperson. We are now in a process of filling that position, which will go a long way in creating leadership stability within Boxing South Africa, a leadership stability that all of us agree that it is long overdue. But I'm sure as members of Parliament would appreciate that legal matters are truly intractable to deal with. The other issue, which I thought, let me flag up front, which I don't know where was the confusion coming from, because some members of Parliament were quoted as having saying after our meeting with the portfolio committee that we did not have a CFO as Boxing South Africa. Something which is, I don't know where that confusion came from, because when we met at our last session with the portfolio, the CFO of Boxing South Africa was in the portfolio committee meeting. That talks to issues of financial governance and having the requisite leadership to preside over the finances, of Boxing South Africa, because I noticed that some members felt that perhaps because we don't have a CFO, we don't deserve to have our finances being replenished by Parliament. So we just want to correct that, Chairperson. Chair, the CEO will make a presentation, an overall presentation in terms of the annual results of the audit of the Auditor General, as well both in terms of the performance information as well as in terms of the financial outcomes of the audit. I just want to highlight just a few things, Chair, that we've continued to grow the profile of the sport of boxing in this country by, amongst others, ensuring that the national title is placed at the center of the sport of boxing in the country. The fights around the national title, which is the only thing that we own as Boxing South Africa, the quality of bouts on the national title have improved, as well as the level of activism of the national title. We have revived as Boxing South Africa provincial titles right across the provinces with belts, something that was not there before we took office. We've worked with almost all provinces. We've activated all provinces of the country to support the sport of boxing. And I just want to make this point upfront, Chair, that had that not happened, the sport would have totally collapsed in this country. Without the support of government, especially in rural provinces, professional boxing would not exist, in this country. So these are some of the things that we're going to present as having to be sustained, by the new board in our handover, building a strong relationship with the provincial governments as well as a local governments, Chairperson. We now, because every sporting organization requires development, we've now built a very strong system of graduating amateur boxers, into the professional ranks right across the country. That system is working, and that therefore then guarantees that professional boxing will exist, in perpetuity, because you've got the development side, of the sport of boxing working. And that is a fundamental pillar, to...
Just a moment, Honorable Mhlongo. Okay.
Yeah, I'm concerned. I'm always maybe thinking it's a joke when I say I'm concerned, even the first issue. The chairperson has been, now we have a presentation of a time limit, and I think he's been talking, it's now 10 minutes, and we don't get the actuals. Can they go to the presentation, what they gave us, and we deliberate with that? Because his opening remarks, it's a repetition sometimes, and I foresee us going backwards because time is money for us to deliberate. He will have an opportunity to respond when we deliberate and explain himself.
Thank you, Honorable Mhlongo. Mr. Jack, I was about to say, please round up, because your opening remarks, you try even to go to details halfly. So I'm suspecting in the question time, if you want to elaborate out of your presentation to CEO, you'll do that. You've seen that even to acting DG, I was cautioning her about time. And I'm seeing you that you're too relaxed, but there's nothing wrong on giving us what you are doing, but you can't take the time for presentation. You are part of this presentation that when we are asking questions, you elaborate. Can you wrap up your opening remarks?
No, thank you so much, Chair, for that. Let me hand over to the acting CEO, and then the other issues I will deal with them as part of the question time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I wanted to say that then, but I was saying that members are just not raising. Sometimes when you chairperson saying that, try to be brief to the point, will be seen as if you don't want people to contribute. But there's nothing wrong. Please, CEO, take us through.
Thank you.
Can we see you? We know that we all have this problem of network. Do you have problem of network? If yes, you can continue. You are Jobe. Is it so? Unmute. Okay, now your network is bad. Switch off your video. Thank you. Go on.
May I proceed, Chair?
Yes. Proceed.
Thank you, Chair. May I request that because I think the first slide is just a repetition of what the department has presented on our behalf. So may I request that we go straight to this particular slide, which talks to the annual report 2022-2023. It will be just a summary of what we have done, including the activities plus the finances and other matters that we feel should be brought to the attention of the committee. Chairperson, you will recall that last year, I think January, we were then seconded to BSA as a board member. Then on May 2022, 2023, we then adopted a turnaround strategy of BSH, which seeks to revive the sport of boxing in South Africa. Then the turnaround strategy had 5 pillars, or is having 5 pillars. The first one is governance and administration, where we're looking at the matters of board committees, organizational development, marketing and branding, federation, association, and stakeholder management. Then the second program talks to the development of the sport. What is it that BSA must do to ensure that sport, in particular boxing, does develop and grows in the country? There you have a number of programs or projects that includes assessment of licensees, tournaments and compliance, boxing convention, boxing awards, and revival of baby champs. And I think pillar number 3 talk to the sport for development. This is now the program that focuses on what should happen post-retirement, especially for boxers, and the focus also to the women in boxing development, nation building, and social cohesion. Pillar number 4 talks to the research and innovation, What is it that we're going to do to ensure that we are advanced when it comes to technology inside and outside the ring, the protection of the boxer, development and building of gyms, and renovation of hijack building and convert them into boxing gyms, and also establishing more international partnerships. And then pillar number 5 talks to the documentation of history that has to do with boxing heritage. We set ourselves target that we must start now to own our history as Boxing South Africa. That includes having boxing museum in different provinces, boxing hall of fame, and what you call boxing house. So we know that when you have a turnaround strategy, there's something that called quick wins, so that the stakeholders can have confidence in what you are trying to do in the organization. What were the quick wins in the past year, the past 12 months? Number one, Chairperson, we, for the first time in the history of boxing, we implemented what we call the back to basics training and assessment of our licensees. So this particular year, which is 2023-2024, for the first time, the groups such as promoters, trainers and managers, and ring officials had to go through a rigorous process of being trained for a day and then being assessed, which means if you wanted a license from Boxing South Africa this year, you had to go through an assessment, and then if you pass that assessment, you were then handed over a license. It has never happened before. What used to happen is a situation where anyone who has a license can go into a system and send an application and also pay a fee, and then that information will be handed over to the board for approval. But for the first time, because we are professionalizing boxing, we implemented this project. We also facilitated, as I said, in all provinces, we ensure that this group of this group of licensees does attend. Anyone who did not attend, anyone who did not attend the assessment and who was not successful were not given a license up until they had to go through the second phase, of which we just completed around September 2023. Another quick win, we assisted the promoters. I think last year we set ourselves a target to ensure that we just bring order in the space of boxing by making sure that our licenses are grouped into association. For instance, we want to have boxing association, ring official association at the national level, but we had to start with the promoters for certain reasons, which I'm going to talk to them after this slide. So we have now the structure of promoters association at a national level. BSA assisted that last year, October. And then there was a historic moment where we signed a deal with the SABC that brought back boxing on television. What you have in that MOU are 12 dates which are allocated to 2023-2024, 18 dates allocated to 2024-2025, 36 dates allocated to 2025-2026, and already we've started implementing that. Those who watch and follow boxing will see that from April, we were in Gauteng. In May, we went to Eastern Cape. In June, we were in Limpopo. In July, we were in KZN. By August, we went to Western Cape. And that was BSA and SABC giving promoters an opportunity to bid and then stage quality tournaments, and also BC. That has also improved. The quality that the tournaments that we are staging, the quality has highly improved. We have already advertised for the second phase and the third phase of the tournaments that must be staged before end of March. Then number 5, we completed what you call the amendment of boxing regulations and the new sanctioning model. It is yet to be approved. But what we're trying to do here, Chair, if you go to the Boxing Act, it is an act of 2001, and then the regulations were last amended in 2005. By the way, there are so many gaps in these records because we're sitting in 2023. There are certain loopholes that we have picked up, and then we realize that by the time we leave, we must have amended these records so that they can talk to the future and also accommodate the latest innovation that we've seen around the sport of boxing. So that project was done from last year, and towards the end of the year, it was concluded. It will soon be in the minister's office and also be published for public comments, and then thereafter to be adopted or signed into law. We also, as Jefferson said, partnered with a number. In fact, we went to all provinces and established strong relations with all of them. Hence why, in my next slide, you will see the results of this particular project of ensuring that we increase boxing activities in all 9 provinces. We also revived, the Chairperson has said, revived the provincial championships and the national title, which means we are saying to all our promoters, prioritize, each time you stage a tournament, prioritize the South African title and the provincial title. That's what makes boxing become significant. We don't have a problem with world titles, but going forward, even if government is funding boxing tournaments, the purpose should be to prioritize what belongs to us. That is the South African title and provincial titles, and the quality of these titles. I mean, of these fights that we've seen, it's amazing. Quick win number 8. For the first time, we hosted, I think, more than 85 tournaments with improved quality across all 9 provinces. We implemented for the first time, Chairperson, what you call the Women in Boxing programs, where last year we went to a province in KZN. We had what called Women in Boxing Weeks. That included Women in Boxing workshops. We visited school together with SANABO, where we were encouraging young women, the learners, to get involved in the sport of boxing. We visited municipalities. We had the all women in boxing tournament, which means a ring official was a female, a promoter was a female, anyone who participated there was a female. And it also concluded what you call the Women in Boxing breakfast session with the deputy minister. Then we'll talk to the program that was born out of this particular program which we implemented last year. We also filled the position of the CEO and that of the Mpumalanga provincial manager. We rebranded Boxing South Africa. If you go to social media, you will see the quality that we are promoting, whether it's in Instagram, whether it's Facebook, on Boxing South Africa TV. These are the initiatives that we've developed and which are currently doing well to communicate the message of BSA across all our stakeholders. We've launched for the first time in here what you call the Boxing South Africa magazine, which we published on quarterly basis, just to communicate with our stakeholders the state of boxing in South Africa. And now recently we have launched what you call the weekly newsletter of BSA, because we want to be the one communicating the accurate narrative about BSA matters. We've implemented a number of disciplinary measures against licenses who were found to be doing the sport of boxing into disrepute. I'm sure later we'll be able to talk about, but some of those have been communicated with the national department. And by doing so, we are trying to bring order in the space of boxing. Boxing must be respected. There's a code of conduct. If you're a licensee, you must all behave yourself or conduct yourself in line with the disciplinary code of conduct for licensees. We've also provided several workshops to capacitate our promoters in terms of organizing and staging tournaments. And that's what you see when you look at just the 5 tournaments that we have staged this year on SAPC, you will see that now we are just giving you quality. And that's what the sponsors were looking for. Show us quality, then we get involved with the sport of boxing. We celebrated what we call National Days through boxing. I think I won't go through in details which province were doing what, but that's what we did across all provinces. We also initiated what we call we are about to sign an MOU with the University of Sudan because we want to make sure that boxing becomes the safest sport in South Africa and in Africa. And we said last year, you will remember that in the ring you had Smith Optel is a boxer who collapsed and later passed away in the hospital. We said we must find mechanisms of ensuring that boxing then becomes the safest sport. What can we do? What innovation? What initiative can we implement to ensure that we are the most safest sport? And that MOU, which must be signed before end of November, will be responding to that question. We've got our audit, Chairperson, has improved significantly, and we're going to talk to that in my next slide. We've reduced the number of audit findings that were usually in our management reports. Let's go to the productivity report on tournaments. Chairperson, 86 tournaments across the country, led by Eastern Cape with 27, followed by Gauteng 26, KZN 13, Western Cape 4, Limpopo 4, Northwest 4, Free State 3, Northwest 3, and Mpumalanga 2. And this was as a result, Chairperson, of what you said. We went to all provinces and work with these provinces to ensure that the boxing activities in all provinces is visible. The past monies that has been paid, we paid about 21,729,747 rand to our boxers. This is the amount that was just paid in 1 year. And thanks to our promoters, to provincial departments and the sponsors that got involved and supported promoters who were staging tournaments. As a result, this is what we were able to pay to our boxers. We have 23 SA champions, and of which 14 were males, 9 were females, 30 provincial champions, of which 28 were males and 2 were females. And again, I must pause and reflect that this was as a result, Chairperson, of the groundwork. You will see from last year on weekly basis, we were on the ground, the executive, And we must thank our board, because the board gave us the support and gave us the mandate to go all out and revive the sport of boxing. Hence why you've got such a beautiful picture that shows that the boxing is really back in South Africa. Chairperson, I want to link certain a project with their cost, because we have noted that in the previous week, a number of media reports that were distorting information and without drilling down and putting context to what was to the cost that are associated with the project. For instance, what I'm going to show now are costs that are associated with the project that we did in 2022, 2023. For instance, PSA assessment and training licenses, we were inviting all provinces. As a result, when you implement that, our licenses, Chairperson, if you were to call a boxer from Eastern Cape that you must come to in a meeting, the first thing that the boxer will tell you, I don't have transport money. So as a PSA post, you want the boxer to be present, you have to make sure that you transport the boxer from the venue, from home to the venue where you are doing a workshop or where you are doing a particular event. And that's what we're dealing with. So when we're inviting assessment, when implementing this program, we had to ensure that we do what you call accommodation, we provide meals, transport, and the venue hire for all our licenses. Second program, which was a BSL Confederation Association, where we were assisting our promoters in their to elect their national leadership. It was last year done, I think, in KZN. We had to again accommodate 100 promoters from different provinces, and for each promoter they had to be accommodation, provide transport, provide meals, and hire the venue that we're going to be utilized for this particular event. It was a 2-day event, and a success of that event can be seen today based on the project that we've implemented and worked on together with the structure. Chairperson, the renewal project, which is amendment of boxing regulation, we had to do consultation, I think from May last year, with different stakeholders. And that also, because each project must be linked with its cost. There were common costs, which includes accommodation again, transport, because when you were consulting, even if we did, there were instances where we doing called hybrid meetings, where people joining virtually, but other people had to be in person. So every month, we were meeting with different stakeholders to finalize this particular project, which I said earlier, it has been concluded. It's just waiting for final amendments and then be submitted to the office of the minister. So then you can be published for public consumption and commence in no time. Then you had what you call the PSA renewal project, which has to do with the development of the new sanctioning model. Chairperson, if you go to our finances, you will see that, as I think the acting teacher spoke about, the failure or struggling to collect revenue. You will also see that we have got a huge debt. It's an historical debt from promoters owing, and that can be attributed to the regulations that we have, on how to collect a debt. For instance, after the tournament, the promoter has to submit what you call an affidavit, and then PSA has to count how much you made, how much it's due to PSA. And we said for us not to have this debt, because we don't even have a mechanism to go and verify that the affidavit is accurate. And you will just take into account that we've got a thin structure when it comes to PSA. We said we must leave this office having developed what they call the new sanctioning model, which means a promoter, when is staging the tournament, they must just pay a certain fee upfront, and that's it. After that, they can stage a tournament. They are no longer owing PSA. So we have to consult and work with different stakeholders in order to develop this sanctioning model. And also, Chairperson, these are the costs that I've highlighted at the bottom, that whenever you are making that move, of course, it can cost accommodation, transport, meals, and venue hire. Then there was something called PSA and SAPC MOU concept. Before it can be signed, we signed it, I think last year, in November. Before that, we had to go to different provinces and speak with licensees. This is what we are trying to do at PSA. This is what's going to be included in the NMOU. What are your views? Again, the cost, Chairperson, are the same. The sixth program was Women in Boxing Week, where we went to school visit, municipal visit, workshop, profiling of women, women in boxing tournament, the breakfast session with Deputy Minister. The costs are the same. The Boxing Provincial Convention, we had 3, which was in Gauteng, KZN, Western Cape. And you had 86 tournaments, as I said. We had to be there in the tournament, ensure that we provide quality and monitor the issues. For instance, when the issue of Ganda took place, where the boxer that passed away, collapsed in it. I personally was there sitting in front, so I saw everything. I was able to give a report because the doctors were there. I saw it, I measured everything before the tournament started. You could see, you followed the PSA regulation. It was done in line with what the regulations say. So these district tournaments, the quality and what you see is as a result of the work that was done behind the scenes by executive. And again, the costs are the same with the turnaround strategy and then the stakeholder engagement and management. Chairperson, so if you don't take context when you are analyzing a report, you will produce, or you will have what you call an error of judgment. And this is what we have seen from the media, where they were reporting about traveling of 5 million rand, but singling out these items and not associating or not linking back these items to their project and the impact of what these projects have done when it comes to the revival of boxing in South Africa. I used to say, if you are going to a document, especially an annual report, when you're looking at the finances, you must also read the overview report of the chairperson and the executive report of the CEO. Then you'll be able to link the project with the cost. Chairperson, then let's clarify the issue of the irregular expenditure. It has been recorded that our regular expenditure grew from 1.5 million to 12 million. These are the first, Chairperson. If you look at our breakdown, from 2010, BSA had a 720,000 rand irregular expenditure. Up until 2022-2023, the regular expenditure that has been condoned so far has been that of 2.9,810,000. And then the balance is 12 million. It's not that BSA incurred a regular expenditure of 12 million this year. It's impossible because the budget is sitting. The allocation that we got to the department is 19 million. How can we incur an irregular expenditure of 12 million? So we are just putting these things here so that we can clarify, because there has been a deliberate distortion of truths and facts by some of the media houses when it comes to our irregular expenditure as BSA. And I think in our discussion with AG, we spoke about consequence management. Most of these items that I've listed on irregular expenditure, there has been consequence management, and we are still working on some. It's ongoing. For instance, over the past 3 years, we have implemented that. That includes, for instance, warnings, trainings, and disciplinary hearings. You will remember that in the case that took place during our term, the Matebula matter, the tournament that was done here in Gauteng, and what was reported, and the stance that we took as BSA. There were the processes where you had a licensee going through a process, and eventually his license being taken away by PSA. That was consequence management. You had employees who had to go through a rigorous training to ensure that going forward, such matters do not happen. And as a result of that consequence management, we have implemented the SCM matters, or the SCM audit funding that we had as PSA were reduced. For instance, if you look at 2021, because remember, irregular come from that pot, which has to do with SCM. 2020-2021, we had 22 SCM-related audit findings. 2021-2022, they were reduced to 15. This year, we are reporting there were just 4 SCM. And that proves that the management is putting measures to deal with and to ensure that we provide what we call clean governance as PSA. These are the matters, Chairperson, that we feel must be brought to your attention, because again, there have been reports on the media that somehow have come to our attention that we feel must be clearly outlined and deliberated in this portfolio meeting. This year, Chairperson, for the first time in the history of boxing, this program has never been there. It's for the first time where we decided, coming from the Women in Boxing weeks we had last year, and the breakfast session we had the Deputy Minister, this initiative of saying there must be a 350,000 that must be put by all provincial departments to accommodate what you call Women in Boxing bouts. That's the origin. It was saying, let us have women in boxing bouts, and each province must put aside 350,000 to accommodate and to ensure that women participate in boxing. But as BSA we said, with 350,000, we believe you can do a proper tournament when it comes to what you call development, not an international, but you can do a proper tournament that has to do with a development of women in boxing. And by the way, this will give our women an opportunity to participate in boxing. And then we called it the Rise of Women in Boxing series. And then we launched this program this August 2023, the first of its kind. And its duration starts from August 2023 to March 2024. Now, we're going to have 10 series that will cover all 9 provinces. And so far, we have delivered 6 successful tournaments: KZN, Gauteng, Northwest, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and Eastern Cape in Gqeberha. The series that are remaining are 4, which will be Eastern Cape, that is coming around December, the 1st of December, then Free State, Northern Cape, and Western Cape. What are the challenges? The challenges are that at some point we had to delay the boxers' purse monies due to 2 major issues. 2 major issues. Remember, by law, you have to make sure that when a boxer, after the fight, within 7 days, you have paid the boxer. But in this case, they were delayed due to the following issue. And again, I'm emphasizing the issue of context to any challenge. You don't single out one issue and then you then start saying the board or BSA is not doing anything, does not care about boxers, does not know what they are doing. The first challenge was that when we're implementing this project, already there was a circular from National Treasurer. Remember, 350,000 is sitting with provincial departments. So when we stage tournaments, these departments must transfer this 350,000 to BSA so that you know that you've secured the purse monies of the boxers. But this did not happen because when we were launching the project, already provincial departments said, wait a minute, CEO, we are struggling now with the circular. There are some budget cuts that are now affecting us. So can you give us time? Let the tournament proceed. Here is a letter of commitment. Proceed with tournaments. We're going to pay post each tournament because we are still working on reprioritizing of our budget. And at some point, other DGs will then tell me that CEO, even the grants themselves were cut, so they were reduced. So that's the first issue, Chairperson, that we dealt with. If you remember, Chairperson, when it comes to a tournament, you make sure that you have got purse monies prior before allowing a tournament. In this case, the department said we're going to give you what you call commitment letters, proceed. And because it was a government-to-government arrangement, we proceeded. And what we'll normally do in normal cases, I will make an example of a situation that happened in Eastern Cape on the 2nd of July. You had Nonchinga, the World Title Tournament. The National Department said to us, BSA, we are supporting the tournament with an amount of R1 million. So make sure that it proceeds. Because the department gave us a commitment letter, we took that letter and assisted the promoter to ensure that the tournament becomes a success. We used our own budget and to assist that particular promoter to ensure that the tournament becomes a success. What was the change this time around? Why then we did not use, or why are we not using this time around our resources to pay boxers and recover from provincial departments? It's because of this matter. The former BSA CEO matter. We had to settle, Chairperson, on the 31st of August this year. This matter was in court. We inherited this matter from 2014. It went to court. And for the first time, we realized that it is in the best interest of boxing South Africa and what you call the National Department of Sport and the reputation of the organization that you bring stability. Now, I'm going to give you an example.
Point of order, Chair.
Just a moment. Yes, Honorable Mhlongo.
Chair, just for housekeeping, Ngoniskati, Chair, and I think we have to engage, and the acting CEO has been on one slide and we have received this and he's trying to comment on each slides. Like in future, he must give us details because at the end of the day, time is money. You'll be calling me that I've asked 25 questions and I'm doing my diligent oversight work. Now I'm saying good time when you check our agenda. It was supposed to be done at 10 o'clock.
Noted, but I'm suspecting CEO is the key person that at least when we're asking question, we must ask question that he spoke to his presentation. It's a bit longer presentation. I was leaving him because we wanted these details that will interact even on what he's putting flesh on. For instance, I can cite an example. It's just saying now, if department gave them their go-ahead, maybe I didn't see here in the presentation, and if department will also respond in this question of consequence. So try to be faster, but I'm looking at the time, but by doing this, talking to your slide, it's also giving us more time that we must raise questions. Try to be faster. Thank you, Honorable Mhlongo.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I think there are some slides that I won't talk to. Just these ones are very important and I'm about to land. But we need to reflect on this because for the past 2 years, in the past 6 months, there's been a spread of misinformation about this organization. We have to set the record straight, Chairperson. So I'm saying, Chair, we were then circulated with the former CEO in a fairly manner. In a fairly manner, the settlement was done. And if you recall, the CEO left the office back in 2014, and the matter was in court up until 2023. When we were cycling, for instance, I will just give an example. If you were to calculate accurately, there was a certain figure that needed to be paid to the former CEO, an accurate figure, taking into account everything. But we were able to negotiate with his legal team together himself and the family to a certain figure, to a point, Chairperson, when the Concord dismissed the appeal that was sent by BSA, the former CEO said, I am prepared to exit. I will respect the settlement agreement. But in the settlement agreement, Chairperson, we were said to going to pay 50% in advance and then stagger other
Point
payments.
of order, Chair. Point of order, Chair.
Yes, Honorable Mhlongo.
You know, Chair, when you have a presentation and don't give us information, you're telling us now, I think there's a context. If you have an opportunity, presentation must give us full picture. Now you're telling us this now, and Chair, I'm trying to say, Ruti, the presentation is not saying that, he's saying that now. Why didn't he tell us on the presentation what he's telling us now? Now, Usmish information, and we have other things. I'm saying, Guti, for time's sake and for him in future, when you present, give us the whole information, not snip snap, because it's not on the presentation what you are telling us. And we'll prepare question for that. It's uncalled for, it's shocking. I don't know how leadership works, but we've never, if you want to be open to this committee, you must give us the whole picture on your presentation, not a verbal communication that you are telling us now, because you are even misleading Parliament.
Honorable Mhlongo, let's not come to the conclusion of misleading. We're all listening. We want to get to in details. The only thing that I can say, we want this information. What is talking to, it's what we wanted as this committee. As this committee, when they left us, it was about one of the things of this case which started in 2014. But I'm suspecting that maybe to themselves to put it detailed in the presentation, it's sometimes it was going to take a lot of more than what we expected. But honorable members, I'm suspecting that we need this information, and you can put your presentation and put flash in your presentation. I'm suspecting that's what we are doing now, CEO. Please try to be faster.
Thank you, Chair. I think, Chair, we're...
Chairperson?
Honorable Mhlongo.
Chair, a presentation must give us information. He failed to give us information. He's telling us a verbal. We've prepared ourselves. We don't just come here and be stooges. We take time to prepare our questions and prepare to do our research and everything. Now he's telling us it's not on the presentation. It's totally wrong. And Chair, I'm saying to you with respect, don't protect him. It's wrong for him not to give us this. With respect, I've said that. Why I'm saying that?
Order, Chair. Order, Chair. Order, Chair.
I'm still.
You
Order.
are out of order, Honorable Mhlongo. You are out of order. I'm not protecting, I'm chairing the meeting, I'm giving the guidance. How come now you're saying that how can I protect any entity to come here? You are out of order.
Yeah. Let me substantiate, Chair. Let me support my statement. Chair, a presentation must give us all information, detailed information, not what he's telling us now. It's not on the presentation. And you are saying he must continue to give us something that is not on the presentation. It's totally wrong. It's what I'm saying. It must be on the presentation. It's what I'm saying.
Order, Chair.
Honorable Malomane, Honorable Mteto.
Chair.
Yes.
Chair, you are not protecting the entity or the CEO, the acting CEO. It's just the presentation. Yes, the presentation on point number B, it says former BSA CEO settlement matter. The CEO is elaborating on the matter, which is not wrong, Chair. If we've got a question, or maybe if when he elaborates, is answering our own question, it will be better, Chair, because we won't be asking that question because he is elaborating on the matter, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Can we conclude, Chair, please?
Thank you, Honorable Malomane, Honorable Mteto.
Thank you, Chair. I think, Chair, we are actually now wasting time that is precious for us to listen and take notes. Rather, let's take notes. We'll raise those issues at the end of the presentation. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable. Your intervention in the meeting must not be only for Chairperson. The meeting is for all of us. Because I'm going to give everyone time to ask questions which are directed to the presented version, to the additional information. Thank you, honorable members. Go on, CEO.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, I think then I was talking to the reason why PS monies have been delayed, and that problem is currently being attended. And it's just that you had two events of this nature colliding together at the same time, hence why you had the delays in the Boxers PS monies. Matters to be brought again, Chairperson, we are about to sign an MOU with University of Zululand, which will give students at an honors level, master's level at University of Zululand, doctorates and postdoctoral, an opportunity to do research about boxing and recommend innovations and have studies that will, from time to time, Chairperson, influence how we do develop our policy to ensure that boxing becomes a more safer sport, as I said, in a country, in Africa, and share that with the rest of the world. For instance, that will include concussion protocol, injury, what can be done by BSA to ensure that we prevent injuries on boxers, the training techniques, coaching's experience and qualification, drug testing, guideline for boxing, referees' experience and qualification. How can we ensure that the boxer does perform? And the quality of performance is that of expected level, the post-retirement planning and opportunities, nutrition of boxers. So these are the studies that will be undertaken by the students in that university. This is part of what we developed and adopted on program 4 of the turnaround strategy. And it's not only UniZulu. We started with UniZulu because the boxer that passed away was a student from UniZulu. We are now going to work, and after the MOU, we're going to roll it out to different universities and research institute to ensure that whatever we do, the policy, everything is informed by a research-based study. Then I think as I learned, Chairperson, we are about to finalize the case study that seeks to motivate why the allocation of the entity must increase and secure more sponsorship. Chair, in 2014, there was a study done which was motivating for a plus and a minus 40 million rand that is needed to run boxing in the country. Currently, we're sitting at 19 million. And I think last time when in this committee, we said we're going to embark on a journey to develop this business case so that it can be shared with all government portfolios and also with the private sector. At some point, that was 2014, now we're in 2023, we are still operating on a budget of 19 million. And we feel it's not enough. You can't run a sport with a budget of 19 million. Hence why we are working on this finalization of the budget of this business case, which will also assist us now to motivate why our organogram should be amended and why must it be aligned with the turnaround strategy that we currently have. It will also assist us because in the structure, you will be able to also to accommodate or accommodate a balanced scale, both genders, female and males occupying senior position. And we are hoping that once the study has been completed, we will, for the first time, get a positive note from the National Department and other organizations that has an interest when it comes to support of Boxing South Africa. Chairperson, I think this will be my landing slide. Last week, we had these again, because these are impacting on us as PSA. This was the media report that as boxing with that parliament. Chairperson was supposed to appear here. I think it was prior to the 5th of November, but due to the Springboks winning, the portfolio parliament postponed this matter. But on media, this is what was being reported. And Chairperson, that's what we've suffered for the past 12 months, not 12, for the past 22 months from the media. In deliberate incorrect information reported about Boxing South Africa, but there are plans in place to deal with this. I think Chairperson has said this information is there in the annual report. I won't be able to talk to it, but the summary of what you have, the budget, this is what you have, and this is how we spend, Chairperson, in our financial statements. As I said, the only issue that we have was that of not collecting revenue. And that has to do with the sanctioning model that has not been developed because there's a historical debt that we're currently dealing with, and of which once we have developed the new sanctioning model, we'll be able to put the matter of the historical debt for the benefit and for the interest of this organization. Chairperson, I may pause there. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, CEO. In the one before the last one, in South Africa, everyone has got a right to go to the media, and everyone has got a right to write what they like. I've seen the article whilst the meeting was postponed officially, which it departmented our good selves. As this committee, we had to go and receive the Springbok, but there was a big article that you didn't come here and you were supposed to be here to be grilled. So I'm suspecting by this time in this democracy, you know that everything can be said in the media. Nibobanes Kumba is thick because sometimes things that are in the media are right, others are not factual. So we've seen some articles, seen the articles whilst we were receiving the Springbok as the committee and the ministry. Honorable members, in that note, thank you so much, Boxing South Africa, with your presentation and elaboration on it. Now, this is the time for questions and suggestions. I will call you according to the order. It's Honorable Mhlongo, it's Honorable Veronica, Honorable Malomane, Honorable Sibia, Honorable Mtetwa, Honorable
Chairperson? Excuse me, Chairperson, I'm trying to get my name up. Dennis Joseph, please. Sorry to interrupt. Thank you.
Honorable,
Myself, Chairperson, I'm trying to raise my hand.
Honorable Boy, Honorable Dennis, Honorable Adams, in that order, honorable members. Now is the time of our members. Honorable Songo.
Yes, Chair. Thank you very much. Good morning. And next door.
Honorable, are you not Msongo? It's Honorable Msongo number 1.
So chafile zone. Zone uchafile. Ungabuza qala Chair, miyekela abuza. Ungabuza babuzulu. It's fine. I'll be after you. It's fine.
I'm sharing this meeting, Honorable Msongo.
Mkhuze ke asumhlongo uzondi.
But that's why
thank you, Chair.
Honorable Zondi is Honorable Msongo, who must speak according to.
Please, Bab Zondi, you are not Msongo, you are not Njomani. Nonetheless, thank you, Chair. Chair, thank you, Chair. I think, Chair, the problem the problem that I have in the meeting, the actual accounting officers are not here. That is the first thing. To these entities, the board report to the minister or to the department, and the department or the minister report to us. Now the minister is not here, and he'll be soon appointing board members, not council members, acting DDG, because you said council members, unless I thought it's board members. But nonetheless, Chair, the chairperson of the entity, first question, what legacy are you leaving? And I'm not asking you only this. Even the chairperson of the committee knows. I ask all the outgoing chairperson. I've asked the former chairperson, not Dr. Wasiso, I won't say the name. And he took it offensively. Now, chair of Boxing South Africa, what legacy are you leaving behind this in your term? And what can you tell me that the legacy I've left is this? I think one of the things that it's misleading and that I don't understand, the graduation part, it has been there, this training and the graduation. What difference are you talking about when you say there's a new methodology? Give me information now. It's an opportunity to give us information with the new graduation part, because the system has been there for promoters. Now, what system or what is new, what you are telling us? Because it has been there, it has been in place. And I think one of the things that the acting CEO, firstly, Chair, acting CEO is double dipping financially. I'll put it to you why I'm saying that I'll support. It's not allegation. It's clearly picture. You are part of the board. You are now acting. Now you are double dipping, in my understanding, unless you will say you are not double dipping. Your annual as annual payment as CEO, I know it, and you're getting that. You are acting. You are getting money for each members of the board. That is double dipping, and we are against double dipping. And to date, I did not see any any advertisement for the CEO position since you claimed. I'll say that you claim that you've concluded the CEO issue, the former CEO issue. And I put it to you that you are misleading this council, this committee. The issue is still with Concord. I'm putting it to you now that you are misleading this because it was not sorted out. And you are telling us that it was sorted out. Now I'm putting it to you, acting CEO, you are misleading this parliament. Chairperson, you said you develop a new system for graduates. I want to hear for the amateurs, what system does you talk about exactly? The MOU with the University of Zululand. I wanted to understand, Chair, the presentation we have and the presentation that he's telling us now with the verbal communication that he's giving us details, which it's uncalled for because they are distorted information that we've given by the BSA. For an example, we know good their offices are in Tshwane, in Pretoria, so to say, and they've been working with Tshwane. And when you check Zululand, it's highly below Tshwane in South Africa. Zululand, its number, it's below all these universities. What criteria did you use to choose a University of Zululand to start with? What criteria did you use? And another question, Chair, it's clear they're saying now, you are saying a media has a right. Why do we have bad publicity? Not only City Press, you check all, even a statement that I did not even comment on. BSA has bad publicity, both on media, social, Facebook, Twitter, and you don't respond. You are responding to us, but you don't respond to those issues. That is bad publicity. And for information, SASCOC was one of the federation that had bad publicity. I can put it to you. The new CEO of SASCOC, he's working by all means to address that. There's no bad publicity for SASCOC. What are you doing about you not responding to us, but to the media? When they say X, say no, it's not X, it's Y. You are failing to do that, CEO and then acting CEO and the entire board. On the issues of the chairperson regarding the update, I think I have a problem, Chair, with the communication that we are getting. The presentation that I've seen and what he's presenting to us is different. I have a problem. That's why I was so hard. He's giving us more verbal than what we have. I can go to the actual annexure if the chair will permit me to show and support my statement. Let's go to the presentation, S.E. Tolile. When you go to it, it says, the one we've received, it says matters to be brought to the attention of the portfolio committee. And when you go there, it says conjunction protocol, injury prevention. Now we're getting this one today. It gives us information that this is new. Matters brought to the slide, it's totally new, and it's not even giving us more information because Osaba not distort information. When it's in paper, you'll be accountable for. Now you give us verbal response, whereby even this presentation, this slide, it's new. And Chairperson, I put it to the CEO, Guti, if you're not open to us, automatically the acting CEO, you'll always act. And we've asked in the previous meeting, when are they going to appoint the actual CEO? They're saying they're doing it. No, it's totally wrong, Chair. For information, Chair, I think this presentation was submitted to the PC compared to what he's telling us is different. And what he's presenting it to us, I put it to even to our chairperson, Guti must check and double check and tell me Guti Ankulumizona or Nkulmazona. Let me go to the question, Chair. They had a good so-called boxing awards. How much has been spent for that boxing award? Chair, they've honored our Honorable Chief Whip of Parliament. Can you tell me what criteria did you use when you honor the Chief Whip of Parliament? And which is, I'm not against that, but I want to know which category did you win and what mechanism and strategy or tactics that you've used to select her. And the total number of guests attended the event, how many were there, and the total cost, including the venue of the actual event, how much was it? And tell me more about how much was the incentive for the boxers, especially the legendary boxers, the legend boxers, the actual incentive. Can I get more details on the above? And who are other beneficiaries Abawinile on the day? And did this event went out for tender? Who got the tender and how much the tender was? And which advertising newspaper did you use to open this tender for this boxing awards? And when was it closed? When did it open? Which newspapers did you use? Where was the specific of the tender document? Can I get that in details? And Chair, another question that I have, especially with the hosting, I think in future, when they do such things, they must invite us for us to see for ourselves than to see on the media, even on the newspapers. I think we must be invited because we are doing an oversight to the entire entity. Chair, I want to come to these questions that pertaining the actual work that I wanted to ask. Who is the owner of Kaba Boxing Promotion? I want to know who is the owner, and then give me the details about the owner, and then I'll come back. And then he's working with PSA South Africa. How much sanction fee received from the same company, from Kaba Boxing Promoters or promotion, so to say? And then I want to get the actual figure. I'll come with the follow-up. And then did this promoter, so-called Kaba Promotion, paid, or was he owing any PSA, any money from the services that he rendered? when did PSA presented the Kaba promotion tournament due to be, in other words, what I'm trying to say, when did they started having debts, or do they owe you or they don't owe you? From which date till what date did they pay or they did not pay? And then, especially when I say more information, I need who's the director, the owners, and then where are they from and what is it? Because it's public money that has been used, and then I must know there's issues. Lastly, for now, for the first, can I have a copy, a constitution, National Professional Promoters Association? Because I've been asking for that even last time. We don't have that. And I wanted to find out, Chair, with this, especially for female boxers, there's this, it's a theme, I saw it, SAPC, it's a promotional theme. I wanted to find out, to see, your promoter, female boxers. The theme yakhona ibizwa, let me go to this, it's a series, ibizwa The Rise of Women in Boxing. Who came with this concept? How far is the concept? And then who is benefiting on the concept? Chair?
No, I'm saying that can you lend after your 80 questions?
It's what I was avoiding, Chair, when you left them
And
to speak.
I'm not saying
I'm speaking now, I'm asking a relevant question. You want me to lend? You did not ask them to lend.
I didn't say stop, please, Honorable Mhlongo. I'm saying, can you lend now at your 80 questions as yourself? I didn't stop you. I'm not saying no. You can continue, even if they are 100. You have got a right.
Yeah, Chair, I wanted to find out any question group PSA. One of the things that I tend to don't understand, this UCT thing, I want to go back to it again, needs explain. The research, the University of Pretoria compared to University of KwaZulu-Natal, it's far beyond, and I need an explanation. And the CEO must not complaining compare when it comes to facts, what he said today verbally, to say it will go to other provinces. Because I've listened and what the presentation was telling me. And the issue is COO. Have they charged the suspended COO? If not, why not? And then what are the charges, if there are charges, and for how many months if he's still charged, and why after 3 months nothing has been done, or if something has been done, he must tell us that things has been done. And on the measurement of EDC, which is what we wanted.
Congo, if you can have follow-up question, this is in this committee that one member can ask 84 questions. So if you have another questions, we'll do a follow-up. Thank you so far, Honorable Mhlongo. I'll give you second chance. Can we get the second honorable member? Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Mhlongo. Yes, Honorable Van Dijk.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you also for the presentation. On the annual report, you referred to the irregular expenditure, and you also mentioned that you implemented consequence management, but the AG report says that you've conducted no investigations into the irregular expenditure. So what have you done about the irregular expenditure? And I also want to know, more than half of the government grant went straight to salaries of 10.38 million. And whether you agree that for that type of money, surely Boxing South Africa should not be incurring irregular spending. Then there's a provision of doubtful debts of 6.28 million. How many of these debtors are promoters and how many do they owe? Who are the 2 or 3 biggest doubtful debtors? Last year, the provision was 7.94 million. And how was this reduced? Was it written off or was it money recovered? How did local travel costs grow from 1.23 million in the previous year to 5.5 million? Can you give us information on what your travel policies are? Maybe you can forward to the committee, specifically for local flights. Do you use business class? And what type of standard hotels do you book? And I also want to know whether has Boxing South Africa paid expenses for members of the National Promoters Association? And if so, why? Then I also want you to explain to me the 2.15 million spent on consulting and professional fees. Who are these consultants? Please also explain to me the rising costs for conferences and seminars from 193,283 to almost R1 million, and telephone costs and fax from 233,508 to 605,655. I want to know if anyone in Boxing South Africa actually still uses a fax machine. And then the momentum investment of 2.46 million is not accessible to Boxing South Africa. So I just want to know, why is it included in current assets? And then my question on the Mr. Moffat Kwiti, with reference to the recent settlement reached with the sacked former CEO of Boxing after that 8-year legal battle, can we get the specific amount paid to him as part of the settlement? Also in legal fees, what it cost fighting this original decision. And then I also just want to know, the Boxing Act states that the CEO may not have a criminal record, which he had when he was hired. So eventually he was now fired, but he won his case at the CCMA. On what technical or procedural reason did Boxing South Africa fail? If you can give clarity on that. And then to Mr. Jack, when former acting CEO Cindy Nkoma resigned, she mentioned in a resignation letter that there was interference by board members in management decisions. What action did you take to correct this? Then a high number of tournaments are being cancelled or postponed, and the root cause is, I believe, because Boxing South Africa is not following the regulations and ensuring promoters deposit purse money 14 days or 30 days before a tournament. Why is the Boxing South Africa board allowing this flagrant disregard of the law? My second last question, the Boxing South Africa board overturned its own sanctioning committee and allowed an unrated boxer to challenge for a South African title. Once again, why is the Boxing South Africa board committing this disregard for the law? And then Boxing South Africa also says that it paid boxers on behalf of 2 promoters in recent months, the Rumble Africa Promotions and Gaba Promotions. Can you clarify where in the Act or regulations that Boxing South Africa where do they get permission or provided for breaching finance for promoters? I acknowledge that you mentioned that you were waiting for money from the department, but Boxing South Africa is not a government department. It's a statutory body with defined responsibilities and obligations. So you must explain that to me. And my last question, did Boxing South Africa allow Rumble Africa Promotions to reduce boxers' purses at the 11th hour before the July to the 2nd tournament in East London? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Van Dijk. The next honorable member is Honorable Malomane.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Greetings to everyone in the platform. Let me join in welcoming both the overview from the department and the presentation from BSA. Chair, the first question that I want to ask, it will be based to the departments. It will be on the composition of the board members, because it seems as if it is composed by male. What is the department going to do about this in future? And also the composition of the executive also is composed by male. So I just want to find out to the department to say, what are they saying? What is their plan in addressing this? in terms of gender balance. The second one, Chair, it will be based on legal cases and representatives at Boxing South Africa, especially when it comes to the case against Mr. Chiti, who won the case from the CCMA, Chair. I just want the PCSA to explain why the said case had to serve before various courts, even though the ruling outcomes seem to have favored Mr. Chiti. And how much amount was paid to Mr. Chiti, and when is the balance going to be settled? And could they also furnish the committee with the detailed breakdown of expenses associated with each law firm or representative that has handled the case? So I just want to find that, are there any minutes from the board endorsing the appointment of legal representative at Boxing South Africa? If no minutes, could the board explain how the legal representative at the Boxing South Africa was recruited and who appointed the firm or the individuals? The last one, Chair, it will be that, can Boxing South Africa verify if the legal representative who have experienced numerous court losses, are they still currently on their payroll? If so, why, based on their losing of cases, and what are the reasons for them to continue retaining them on their payroll? Thank you, Chair.
Sawubona, Chairperson. Chair. Selahlekile Chair.
Yazi ngithi sakubona mama uSibiya ngivale umboko. Can continue, Honorable Smith.
Okay, thanks, Chairperson. Hey. Hayi kudlaliwe ngathi namhlanje, Chair. Yo. Ihlupha nje ngoba Honorable Mhlongo usuka ibambe ngekhanda isavela. Hayi. It's just a move. Chairperson, hey. Go department. It is concerning to know that despite the entities unqualified and outcome with findings for over 3 financial years, the department has failed to identify any mitigating strategies. Sibuye ke size la ku Boxing South Africa. Yo, you are talking about school visit. We don't know how many schools. You are talking about municipal visit. We don't know how many municipalities. What criteria was used to get these schools or municipalities? Chairperson, provincial champions. Lama provincial champions, if you are talking about champions, 28 males, 2 females, but we are talking about ukuthi siya upgrade wonke umuntu. Chairperson, Chief Operation Office ubaba uMandla Hlanganiso was suspended by the Boxing South Africa. August 2023, to date, various newspapers articles alleges that Boxing South Africa has not served him with the charge sheet and yet still getting monthly pay salary. Which cost of employment is over 1 million? Is it true? Nisichazele if it is true. If it is not true, futhi ngichaze ukuthi ayamanga lawo. The Labor Relations Act of 1995 and the Senior Management Services Handbook stipulates that if a member is suspended on precautionary measure, the employer must hold a disciplinary hearing within 60 days. 60 days kudala ke waphela akwenzeki lutho. But uMandla is likely to take Boxing South Africa to the court again. Yiqiniso noma manga nisichazeleni, please elaborate more. Yabona le nto adisho umhlongo ukuthi okunye kumele sithole ilokhu ungani clarity ngesikhathi nezi presentation. Ngiya kuma questions. How does this expenditure align with the organization's strategic objectives? Can the board update us on the status quo of this case? Why has he not been charged to date since his suspension? Has the case been prioritized? Who is the current acting CEO or Chief Operations Officer for the entity? And is that person getting paid? And how much? Are you already paid for that acting? Hey, ushilo ke Honorable Mhlongo, acting on top of the acting. We supposed to have a physical lokungane attendance attending lokungane this presentation. We supposed to have it physically, Chairperson. And we're supposed to take the whole week to discuss this one. Thank you, Chairperson. Hey.
Wathinta abafazi, wathinta imbokodo.
Baqalile ke laba abayithu bazaphinde basusane. Thank you, honorable members. Honorable Mthetho.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just go direct into questions.
Yes, please.
As per the Boxing Act and Boxing SA's own policy, Boxing SA does not train its licensees because BSA is not accredited and cannot issue any credible certificates. I heard that they are providing that training, which means that this particular act was flawed. What type of training is BSA providing, and why are they providing training when they are not accredited? The second question is that cost forced the conclusion of the CEO, which is what the presentation said. My question is therefore, the settlement issued by Apex was 15 million, and the presentation said that they negotiated, which we welcome that. Now, out of 19 million, you settled at 11 million, which means you are now left with 8 million. And this is at second quarter of your financial year. How did you achieve all these beautiful achievements you have appraised us with? As the only subsidization that you have spoken to, it relates to the women in boxing. I did not hear any other sponsors and other people that are coming in to help. Secondly, our third question is that charity begins at home. The policy states that as a promoter, you have to pay before staging a boxing tournament. Does this not apply to board members who may also be promoters, who are also owing BSA the license fees? If they are board members as promoters owing BSA, have they not hosted any boxing tournament regardless of their owing status? The fourth one is conflict of interest, where board members also act as managers or staff of BSA. What mechanism or what processes do you follow, or what guides you on issues where you have to make decisions, yet you are the board member and the staff at the same time? How do you balance the powers or the separation of powers? The fifth one is that the legal that has cost us or cost you as BSA 11 million, apart from what he or his company is paid for such services? Maybe you must also clarify his relationship, whether he's an employee or he's a contractor. The sixth one is that you said 21,729,747 was paid to boxers. How do you make sure that the money paid for boxers does reach the actual boxers after paying? I don't know whether you pay that money. When you say you paid boxers, you mean that you paid the promoters and you expected the promoters to pay the boxers? Because the news that are circulating is that boxers are not getting that money. And then the seventh one is that, can the CEO tell us what qualifications he has that qualifies him to be the CEO of PSA? And then the last one is that, why was our promotions not suspended after suspending or cancelling a tournament at 11th hour in the weigh-in stage? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mthethwa. Your questions are clear. You don't have any preambles. Thank you for that, Honorable Zondi.
Chair.
Honorable Zondi.
Ngiyabonga, Chair. Chair. Good morning to honorable members on the platform. Chair, the first question that I wanted to pose was taken by Honorable Malomane with regard to the imbalances of the executive management. But the second question, Chair, with regard to on program 3 for boxing promotion, we have done well, exceptionally well, and the entity must be commended for reaching such target. However, Chair, why did South Africa not attempt to address the factors causing compliance letter sanctions when the count exceeded 60 in tournament? That would be the first question, Chair. And the second one, Chair, is with regard to the findings of the Auditor General indicated that Boxing South Africa only resolved 88% of its internal and external audit findings for the year under review. I just want to know, Chair, what measures has Boxing South Africa intend to take in ensuring that the substantial number of unresolved audit findings reported by the Auditor General are effectively addressed in the current financial year? And the last one, Chair, is while it is acknowledged that Boxing South Africa has overachieved all its targets set for the program during 2022-23, could Boxing South Africa elaborate on the potential financial implications associated with the overachievement, especially on the training of boxing practitioners and tournament sanctions? And how much money was spent for the provision of training to extra 33 boxing practitioners, as well as the sanctioning of extra 26 tournaments for the financial year 22-23? Ake ngimele asihlalo, ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga mhlonishwa. Honorable Mama Bolo.
Ke leboga modulasetilo wa rena wa committee mme Bitu Dlilane. Michelle ba etapele ba beng bona mo platform mo Jona ga maolo motlatsa Jona. Well, my question will be one. But of course, firstly, I must say no. With regard to the chief whip of the ANC, I know she has been very committed to boxing there. She has been the MEC for sport there for a very long time, and she has been promoting boxing. So yeah, I think she deserves. My question, Chair, will be around their finances. I can see they're having a bit of challenges with regard to finances. Are they bankrupt? Because we have noticed, or they've not, they've been postponing tournaments, series of tournaments, and also they were not paying some boxers, and also there are some disgruntled stakeholders. They're even threatening not to renew licenses with them. In fact, they're opting to go overseas. Yeah, this will be the only two questions. The question around the boxing awards, it was touched, or why did they spend 3 million and blah blah on current house accommodation and so on. Yeah, but lastly, we'll acknowledge, because I can see some of us are starting to see boxing here in Polokwane. Because when we were growing up, we're seeing boxing on TV, with the likes of Dingan Tovel, Baby Jake Matlala, Bergkamp, and so on. So, yeah, we acknowledge what they are busy promoting boxing. Their time is ending, I think, this month or next month. Why should they come back to the boxing board? Because the stakeholders are complaining. That will be that, Chairperson Galebo Amvula Stilo, maybe Chujilani.
Liyalebuwa, Ntate Mamabolo. Honorable Dennis.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the presentation from the Department of Boxing SA. Chairperson, I noted just a comment that there was increases in the last 3 years. I think it's about 750,000. This is a comment. So now there's financial challenges all over, but it comes to mind that Boxing South Africa has received an increase from the department. Then the comment you made, Chairperson, about this newspaper clip on boxing Dux Poly, while we have postponed the meeting ourselves, which I think we should come here to the aid of boxing, that the negative media be addressed and be factual. We need to support that. Chairperson, the question is with the unqualified audits. I wanted to know the collection of revenue. There's a problem there, and the historical debt. Who owns them the money? And what processes are in place there to collect that money? I noted 32 council committee meetings on 22, 23 year. I'm not sure what the cost was, but I'm not sure why they have so many meetings. The term that was raised now by the previous speaker, the member, I just would like to know when the department must tell us when the new board members will be announced, given the date that is very near. On the settlement agreement, Chairperson, with the CEO in June, I would like to know what is the cost of that settlement and how much the CEO was earning per annum, that we can also know that to relate it to the settlement cost, whether it's within the means of the department or within reason that there was a settlement made. And then my last point, question, Chairperson, in one of the previous minutes when we met with the institution sites in terms of anti-doping, boxing was listed as one of the culprits. So I'd like to know what boxing can tell us today, what they are doing about the anti-doping projects and how they are dealing with these athletes that make themselves guilty of using illegal substance, because we need to protect the name of the sports in our country and also outside of our country. Our reputation is important in sports, so that's why I'm raising this point. Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Dennis. Let me also ask, I've got a few questions. Can we acknowledge and thank the department and Boxing South Africa to come today whilst we did ask them not to come in the last scheduled meeting. There's something called governance and ethical practice at Boxing South Africa. I wanted to check in the previous, in the meeting Boxing South Africa board appearance before the Oversight Committee in 2021, it was recommended that Boxing South Africa should have the internal audit department. I would love to check, was this recommendation implemented? If no, what was the rationale for non-compliance? How is the relation between yourself and promoters, vice licensees? Can I ask this question? Do you have members or promoters who have outstanding debts to you, and why were they permitted to organize tournaments when such actions contradicting with your policy? Is it true that there's something like that? And then OAG did come to this committee also, and they cited that policies and operating procedures are not regularly reviewed and aligned to the laws and the regulation and the environment controls. Can the board explain why this outcome? When you were presenting, you touch on this, but my main worry is that your term is coming to an end in December, but these things have been with you. Can I check, was there any action taken, I'm repeating and emphasizing, against Kaba Promotions Company for cancelling the tournament on the day of the weigh-in? Who's the national chairperson of Promoters Association? Could you disclose the fringe benefits of becoming the national chairperson of the Promoters Association? Other questions that I wanted to check with you when you were presenting, I was noting what I want to ask you. This thing of consequence management, Boxing South Africa, we don't want to lie. We are not happy at all. I'm suspecting that your good selves, you can agree to this committee meeting that when you were here, we asked you that why are you proceeding to go the way that the 2014-2015 case, you are still going on with it, whilst the CCMA, really Honorable Malomane, did concluded by giving you the verdict. We ask you if you can go to out of settlement of the monies that we were paying to the legal advice. This legal advice has been losing this case. Can you say that is the consequence management? Do you think that we can, as oversight to you and to our department, we can say you have done well? Because as you know, now every member of this committee is comparing the monies that you have paid to the legal people that you were hiring to date to the settlement. Now you want us to motivate that departments must give you more budget. My feeling as a chairperson, you don't handle your funds, which are limited. It's we are not lying. You're in each and every entity. We don't have enough money. As Department of Sport, Arts and Culture in South Africa, we are amongst the departments who are supposed to have more than that our department is getting. Every now and then when the entities are coming here, they do want more money, and we do support that. But do you think that it is right that we can support that? You must have more budget. What's that if you don't have more budget? The people out there will be suffering. But the way that you handle your cases, I'm feeling that you were not taking care of the monies of this country, that there are not enough. I'll come. I'm still having other questions, but let me give this chance. These hands which are still on, I'm not going to recognize. I'll take the second round, but in the second round, we must not do it preambles. If we want to do follow-up questions or new question, let's just stick to the question. Now everyone must lower his or her hand in order that I must take new hands in the new round. I'm appealing to you. I'm suspecting isingisi esendisithethayo niyasiva. Now I'm giving the chance.
Chairperson.
Sorry, Chairperson. Chairperson, I want to appeal to you because the question that I presented, I feel that it is not clear in terms of what I was trying to get out of it.
Who said so? I'm chairing this meeting. I cannot.
I realized that I didn't ask.
No. Now you know what? This is wrong.
All right.
This is wrong what you are doing.
I wanted to clarify the question so that they give me the answer.
Keep quiet. What we are doing is what honorable members, we are doing in the plenary. This is not a plenary. No, listen. I didn't give
that's fine.
I didn't give you authority to talk. I was saying that to all these three hands which are up, please lower your hands. Any clarity and any correction that you want to do, I'll give you the second chance. But I don't know why are you doing this. Why are you doing this to me? Apologies accepted. Everybody must lower his or her hand. No, Honorable Mhlong.
No. There's Chair. I'm trying to assist you. Kuna question Honorable Adams are on the chat. When are we going to read them? And that's so important. That is the question, Chair. Honorable Adams, upute ama question. I'm not fighting you. It's either read them or later someone must read them. Thank you very much. I apologize.
I don't want anyone to fight with me, and I don't want to fight with my honorable members. But I was trying to control the meeting because, as Honorable Sibia was saying, the meeting of Boxing South Africa, it was needed the whole day. And by virtue of that, you see that every member want to say something, and it is not wrong. But if I can't control the meeting, Honorable Zoleka, can you read? Thank you, Honorable Mhlong. Can you read? I've seen in the chat. Can you read the questions of Honorable Adams, who has got a problem of network? But with due respect to honorable members, when we're in the meeting, a chairperson is controlling the meeting. raising the hand, I'll note. If I'm saying I'm not yet noting you, you have no right to just speak, but we must try to minimize this one-on-one with the chairperson. So, Zoleka, can you read the questions of Honorable Adams? What's going on? Is there
Madam
any?
Chair?
Yes. Yes, Honorable Zoleka.
We seem to have lost the chairperson, but I'll read Honorable
No,
Adams's questions that are on the chat. In what way does the management of BSA use its expertise to influence positive expenditure trends, I assume? Can the board respond to the accusations, and what was the reason for the resignation of Ms. Nkomo as BSA CEO? What measures are being put in place to mitigate and rectify the cumulative irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditures and ensure better financial management, sustainability, and adherence to the future? What measures are being put in place? That is the same question. How does BSA plan to address the gap in implementing its board resolutions so that its targets are fully achieved for the current financial year? Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm not sure when I'm lost. My mic is open. Do you still hearing me, honorable members?
Yes,
Chair. Yes, Chair.
I was wondering why you Zoleka saying.
Madam Chair? Chairperson?
It's only Zoleka who doesn't hear me. Do you notice that, honorable members?
I think unenkinga network, Chair.
Yes, unenkinga ye network.
Yes, Chair.
Yes. Can now I give it to you, chairperson of Boxing South Africa?
Honorable members.
Hello.
So the chair is in.
Can I give it to Boxing South Africa? Let me call her aside, honorable members of Zolek. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, Honorable Chair. Members of the board will respond to the questions, and then the technical questions. The acting CEO, Honorable Chair, will deal with those. So I will ask the acting CEO to go first, and then followed by Mr. Soto, who's going to deal with boxing, technical boxing related matters. And then I will come in at the end. Dr. Ntangeni will also deal with the women in boxing series, and then I'll deal with the rest of the questions that they would not have attended to. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I think on the first question, Chairperson, I think there's no double dipping, especially on my part. I became a board member. I was seconded to the position of the CEO. Then I don't get paid the stipend or the honorarium of board members. It's just the salary of the CEO. So there's no double dipping. That's not true. Again, on the issue of us settling with the former CEO, that was done. I think, Chairperson, we can forward you the documents that talk to that. The matter was done. It's out. It has been put to rest. It's not even in court. It's gone. The former CEO was paid the full amount. Hence why we're just doing what we call the internal consultation. It will then be advertised. I think even next week, once the report is finalized, its work in relation to that post will be advertised. And then the issue of the criteria that was utilized working with UniZulu firstly, Chair, any university in South Africa that has been accredited, you can work with it. But once again, there was an incident that caught the attention of the world, where a boxer passed on from the ring and then went to hospital and passed away. And that boxer came from University of Zululand. The boxer was a student, as a graduate of University of Zululand. So when the university said, let us start to assist, because this was our student, known to be promoting boxing in University of Zululand, then we realized we can work and start with University of Zululand on those particular bases. And we have started also engaging, because we don't want the university to do one and the same thing. What won't be offered by UniZulu will be offered by UCT or UP. But you can work with any university as long as it's been accredited, Chairperson. I think on the issue of boxing awards, this did not go on tender. It went through a normal procurement processes because it was not on the threshold. So the threshold does not require that this should go on tender. On the boxers, I think also again, the success of boxing awards can be attributed and credited to a Tegun municipality that sponsored with the event venue and catering, also the KZN department coming on board with transport and accommodation of certain boxers, the KZN Sport Confederation. So I think, but the CFO will, in fact, we have responded to the question of Honorable, I think, Longo, in writing. I'm sure that was submitted, the details of how we spent in relation to boxing awards. And we did not even incentivize boxing legends there. I think, Honorable Mhlongo, we are referring to a different event that we were not part of, which included Floyd Mayweather. We never participated in that event. That was the year in Sentin. In our boxing awards, we only paid a prize for a female boxer of the year and male boxer of the year, and we paid each boxer 50,000. I think which was the first prize in history that we had to offer. I think on other boxing promotion, Chairperson, I think we will, the information about who is the director, I think that would be, we'll check if in terms of we're not contravening PAJA, but the information, if it's being requested, can be provided to the committee members. The detail, that's the profile of the promotion. The constitution will be submitted. I think we'll find out, we will work on the requesting that, because it's in our office, but we forwarded to via the proper channels of the portfolio committee. Who came with the concept of the rise of women boxing? We, together with the Women in Boxing Committee, coined it and then launched it. And it's been a success, because when we're launching this concept already, we had 62 female boxers in our system. And as we're proceeding, they have seen opening the second phase of licensing, a number of females boxers has joined in our system. And you've started to see names that were never known in boxing now starting to appear. For instance, we've got Sheradin Fontaine, who will be fighting in Dubai on the 25th next week. You've got Mapule Ngubani, you've got Asante Smith. These are names that were not known, but through the Rise of Women Boxing initiative, you are about to know, and they are already in the public domain. So it's been a success. The matter of the COO, the precautionary suspension was giving PS an opportunity to further investigate the matters. And that is already at an advanced stage. But however, without diverging of much information, we've made contact with him and his team about when should be the pre-hearing matter sit, and we'll take it from there. But there's progress, because the suspension itself was allowing BSA to further investigate on the allegations that were reported. On irregular expenditure, and a number of investigations were done. I think we'll also submit a report to the committee, because there were some investigations, and that we remember we work with National Treasury. So you do investigations, submit, and those things are still in progress. There were times when National Treasury said, here, redo the investigation. Now the trick is you've got one internal audit official. The situation as PSA is concerning because you've got what? Let me just explain. You've got one HR person, you've got one IT person, you've got one internal audit person. So you have to work and achieve all these things using this particular theme structure. Hence why, Chairperson, we still feel that the business case study that recommended a 40 million amount, and that was in 2014, and we are here, needs to be taken seriously because this is a national organization. You cannot achieve everything which is in the Boxing Act and run proper affairs of boxing with just the allocation of 90 million. So that's where the challenge. So you've got one person who has now to go through the entire irregular expenditure from 2010, analyze it, and then work with submit to national treasurers. The national treasurer send this back, just one individual. And that one individual has to also do what you call the internal audit plan, the annual audit of the organization, and ensure that is implemented to the T. So these are the challenges we are facing. Hence why some of those investigations are not completed, including the 88% of the audit detection plan that we did some were not. And because we are working with the thin structure, which really needs the serious attention of this committee. If I may proceed, the issue of the debt, it's a historic debt that even us as this board inherited. But what we have done, I think we've got the committee of the board that deals with the issues of debt. So when a promoter that is owing BSA wants to stage a tournament, they are sent to that committee and then they make commitment. For instance, there are commitments that must be honored by promoters before they can stage those tournaments. So that was a mechanism to ensure that promoters does pay the debt that is owed to BSA. But however, from time to time, we've tried to use legal avenues to collect. And I think there's proper documentation of where this issue of debt comes from, where is the stalemate between those who are owing BSA and the organization. And again, we can provide the history of that to this particular committee to say, this is what we've tried as BSA in terms of collecting, and this is where we are not finding each other with those who are owing. Some have passed away, but those who are still in business, what are the challenges and what facts are being put on the table? So, because at the end of the day, it can be even a matter that can go to court between us and those who are owners, but we will provide even a detailed response to that. On the issue of I think I've explained in line with the project, the cost. You know, Chairperson, what you do, we are using pastel system. So when you're using this pastel accounting system, the system does not allow you to allocate the cost next to each project. So for instance, if you are doing a particular project, and then the system will require you that you put a code for traveling, whether it's accommodation, whether it's a venue hire, whether it's meals or transport, all of that they get integrated in under one item. So when you were to interpret that, you need to drill down further to see. And in our quarterly meetings to the finance committee, we will submit those in a spreadsheet that this is how we are spending on project. It's project-related cost. That I think that was the question on traveling. And the issue of the National Promoters Association, as I said, we will be able to provide the details on that. The chairperson of that association is Mr. Ayanda Kaba, who was elected by the promoters. The promoters, they were the ones electing the structure. And again, I think we should be able to provide you with that profile. And what they do, from time to time, they engage with other promoters. And if they're having concerns, they come and meet with the board on quarterly basis and raise the issues of promoters into the board. And then from time to time, we find ourselves moving progressively, because now each and every promoter has a concern. They have to follow that particular strategy that's put in place to raise concern. So it's the same thing that will be done with the Boxers Association, Ring Official Association, up until all licenses belongs to a particular association. I think on the matter of reducing of purse monies, Rumble Africa, I think the acting CEO will respond. But Jefferson, there is nothing wrong when a promoter is staging a tournament and the sponsors are not coming on board. So there's nothing wrong when the promoter says to the boxers, this is what I promised you. Can we then now readjust? Because for you to stay the tournament, there has to be someone who sponsor you. And what is said about the state of boxing in South Africa is that especially our black promoters, they rely heavily on government. If a government entity pulls out, you find that the tournament will not go ahead because they are struggling to pay purse monies. A number of them have struggled to secure private sponsorship. So that's another situation that must be dealt with, and see why most of the black promoters are struggling to secure private sponsorship. So when then the promoter see that the tournament is about to collapse, the best way is to negotiate with the boxer, and if terms do agree, that can be allowed. On that issue again, you don't charge a promoter for cancelling a tournament. If, for instance, the reason I thoroughly explained, it's not only our boxing promoter that has cancelled the tournament during the last day. A number of promoters have done so. And at some point, you need to assess the reason why the tournament. And especially, as I said, if you've got sponsors promising to support your tournament, and in the 11th hour they pull out, how can then you charge a promoter for that? Because it's possible you stage a tournament based on guarantees and commitment, but the promoter the sponsor can decide that we are pulling out, we are no longer proceeding with you. Then you are left with no choice, because a tournament cannot proceed without purse monies. So you don't charge the promoter just based on that the tournament has been cancelled. On the issue of accreditation of the training, the Act says BSA has the right to develop a mechanism to assess, because if you don't do that, you're going to have people in the system who are not in the interest of boxing. Those who, for instance, you need to avoid having people having a license of being a promoter, but not knowing the duties and the functions of being a promoter, what is expected from the promoter. So you must develop a mechanism internal that will assist you to measure the level of knowledge of that particular licensee before you can grant a license. So the Act does allow us to do that, Chairperson. But we are not, this program is progressive, because we have already engaged KETSITA about other accredited courses that must now be shared with boxing South Africa. As soon as you become a licensee, we also implement what you call continuous professional development to our promoters, our licensees, your ring officials, so that they can always be knowledgeable about boxing matters. So that is still in the process, where we're going to have now accredited certificate from KETSITA working to LLPC. But the issue of training and assessment, the Act allows us to develop those, because we want to make sure that the person who's in the system understands exactly what a ring official must do. If you want to be a manager, you must understand exactly what the manager must do to avoid having characters that will come up and end up killing boxing. I think the chairperson of the board will talk to the settlement of Gritty. And I think, and when it comes to the numerous cases that have been lost by the legal advice, I think the chair will talk to them. But when we assume the office duty as this board back in 2020, we deliberated on the matter of the former CEO, whether we should settle or we should proceed, because the matter was already in court. But this board back then was of the view that maybe this matter can be settled. But we received legal opinions. I think if I'm not mistaken, the department would correct me. There was a legal opinion coming from the department itself to say, this is a winnable case, let it proceed. So then when you receive legal opinions, and you decide not to follow them, damn if you do, damn if you don't again. I think that's the situation we have to find ourselves in, Chair. But also, as the case was sitting in court, it allowed us to engage the camp of the former CEO to say, while this matter is sitting here, can't we find each other so that the matter does not progress to the next phases? And the delay was to the fact that we were not able to find each other. Because remember, when you go into a negotiation table, sometimes one of you is negotiating on the weakest point and another one is at the strongest. So when you put an offer, someone rejects, and it's become back and forth up until a decision has been made by a court, you still go back to the negotiations. So that's what has been happening in relation to the matter of the former CEO. But on the number of cases that we've lost, I like to disagree. We don't have numerous cases. It's just that issue of the former CEO. But the other one, that is the tutor licenses, Chair, I think will provide you a list of the cases ever since we took office as BSA through our legal office and the panel that we've employed to assist us with disciplinary cases of our licenses. How many have we lost? How many have been successful? I think we should provide, so that Chairperson, we state facts in this committee. The money does reach boxers, Honorable Mteto, because the money is paid directly to the account of the boxer. So the money does reach the boxers. The reason I had that slide, again, I think I need to explain. We had to put, I think, few slides in our presentations which were not in the original presentation because of what the media was reporting about the delays in boxers' payments. So we felt that maybe in this presentation we should touch on those things, and hence why we were deliberating on the delays of boxers' payments. And usually you pay within 7 days after the tournament. But what we have done, we've pushed it to 14 days or 21 days up until we have money to pay the promo. And that's only affecting what? The women in boxing, because those 350,000 are sitting with provincial departments. As I said, promoters who are all in BSA, whenever they want to stage tournaments, they go to this committee and then they make arrangements and they pay something and then they are allowed to proceed. I think I spoke to the issue of internal audit department. We review our policies, Chairperson. I think we even have a register we can share with you. The register shows us when is this policy due for review, and then we ensure that we review those. And I think we will, if the committee feel that should be shared with them. I think on the issue of consequence management regarding the legal advice, I've covered that how these are separate matters. There's a treaty matter when it comes to our legal expenses. You've got the treaty matter, and then you have what you call the licensees that are going through BSA disciplinary processes. And I don't think we've lost a number of cases there. And even I think there was a question that came you, Honorable Mhlongo, about the former, I think the one that we lost, you say we lost in court in relation to the Malinga promoter. We provided a detailed response how that was done and where are we with that particular case. I think then, I don't know if I should respond. There's a question that talks to the bad publicity. Chairperson, bad publicity can be done deliberately. I think, Honorable Mhlongo, at some point, you and I had a conversation about that. What we are doing, we've sent letters, Chairperson, to some individuals who are on daily basis are deliberately writing about BSA, distorting information, and we're going to process that accordingly. I think there was a question about the qualifications of the CEO. I think, Jefferson, I have the National Diploma Financial Management, which was followed by the Bachelor of Commerce, specialization in internal auditing. I then qualified as a professional accountant. I then went to Stellenbosch to study the postgraduate diploma in business management. And thereafter, I also studied the Masters of Business Management. I think just in the doctorate.
CFO, not you. CFO.
Honorable Mhlongo, sumos, yamos. Uba notetet, sumos. Go on, Chairperson.
I was done. Thanks.
You are done.
Yes, thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Any intake?
Madam Chair, maybe I can come in before the chairperson of the board comes through. Is Shadrach Ntangeni regarding the submission by Honorable Mhlongo The question is around who came up with the concept of the Women in Boxing series, which the acting CEO has just briefly touched on it, but I just wanted to give a context on the matter that the subcommittee of the board, which is Women in Boxing, conceptualized the rise of Women in Boxing series with a total of 10 series. That was in line with the commemoration of Women's Month. That's when we launched the rise of women in boxing. And we strive to empower women in the sport of boxing, both inside and outside of the ring. We previously, Chairperson, only had this tournament during the month of August as we commemorate the Women's Month. But as the subcommittee of the board and given the marching order by the board was that we need to come up with something impactful for the women in the sport. And I think in the main, the acting CEO has already shared with you some of the spin-off that came out of this program. And this program, Madam Chairperson, span across all 9 provinces in the country. And it also includes several development workshops and also the tournament, which strictly aimed, in empowering women in the sport. And thus far, we had 6 tournaments successfully held out of the 10 series, and we look forward to complete this impactful series. And some of the focus area that we really pay attention on as far as some of the workshop is concerned include the financial management, wealth creation, and marketing and branding of the women licensing, because that is important if we are to attract a sponsorship for our female boxers, that they ought to be marketable. And the other thing that I also want to emphasize, Madam Chair, is that we also took a resolution when we conceptualized this important project that only the female promoters will be given the opportunity to host this magnificent event. And thus far, in the 6 provinces that we've visited, 5 out of the 6 were successfully hosted by female promoters. Only in Mpumalanga, where we did not have a female promoter licensed, that's when we had the tournament presented by a male boxer. And as I said, that the importance of this program was also to ensure that we galvanize the support of female participants who should come through and be licensees of boxing in South Africa, and also elevate the female participation in the sport of boxing. And the acting CEO mentioned that when we started this, we only had 62 female boxers at the time, which now, with the 18 new licensees who were recently approved, because of the success of this tournament, we would have seen that the 62 would have improved to almost 66. And at this point in time, we're sitting at a total of around 119 women licensees in the books of Boxing South Africa. Thank you.
If you allow me, Chair, good afternoon to you, and good morning to you and the entire honorable members of the portfolio committee, the DG, and the team from DSAC. If you allow me, Chair, may I come in?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. I will reflect on a number of questions that have been raised that are related to the sport of boxing. As the chairperson of the board, Mr. Lutando Jack, has indicated. The one question was asked by Honorable Mhlongo. It related to the graduation of open boxers to professional ranks. The question that the honorable member asked was, what is new? Because boxers have turned professional since Adam. What is new that Boxing South Africa has come up with? Let me start by saying, Honorable Chair, we signed a memorandum of understanding with SANABO, the South African National Amateur Boxing Organization, as Boxing South Africa. And the memorandum of understanding, this is what is new that I'm talking to. The memorandum of understanding was thoroughly consulted. It has never happened before. The memorandum of understanding was thoroughly consulted throughout the country, both the structures of professional boxing, that is the licensees of professional boxing, as well as the amateur structures, the open boxing structures, were looked at that memorandum of understanding. And what was key in this memorandum of understanding, among others, was to ensure that we create a formidable base for professional boxing in the amateurs. And the foundation, a good foundation has been laid for the future of boxing in the country, because our understanding as Boxing South Africa is that you cannot have a strong professional boxing if you do not have a strong open, if you do not have strong boxing at open boxing level, that is the amateur boxing level. So we created that base through that memorandum of understanding. As well, Chair, we as part of this memorandum of understanding, we created joint committees. The purpose is to ensure a seamless transition from, let me just say amateur, so that all of us can understand what I'm talking about. From amateur level, when a boxer turns a professional from amateur, there must be a seamless transition. Remember, the boxers that turn professional, as they come from the ranks of the amateurs, there are plans from SANABO for these boxers. And these plans, among others, is to ensure that these boxers bring medals at international and world level for the country, for the pride of the country. So these joint committees are aimed at ensuring that no boxer that is part of the excellence program of SANABO, a boxer that is targeted to bring medals at international level, is turned prematurely. Hence the committees. Now we have formal committees in line with the memorandum of understanding. So in that formal committees, SANABO sits as well as BSA sits. In that joint committee, SANABO makes a recommendation that we are now releasing this boxer to fight professional. That's where the seamless transition comes in. And this is what is new. And it has helped us greatly in ensuring that boxers that were meant to fight for the country continue to fight for the country until SANABO clears them to go and fight professional. So that was the first question, Chair, that I wanted to reflect on from Honorable Mhlongo. The second question from Honorable Mhlongo related to bad publicity. I think the CEO answered this question, but I want to add, it is very difficult for us as Boxing South Africa to contain the issue of bad publicity, particularly when there is no reason for it. Let's make the example about the City Press article, which says the board has dogged Parliament on a session that has been procedurally postponed by the relevant honorable portfolio committee. So I'm trying to say, very, very difficult for Boxing South Africa to control. But one thing I want to share for the honorable committee to note, these constant and persistent attacks are recent. It is not correct that from the time we came in as the board, nobody saw the good work that we were doing in terms of renewing, growing, and transforming the sport of boxing in the country. In fact, under the guidance of the chairperson of the board, Mr. Lutando Jack, we went immediately after our appointment, we went throughout the country on a roadshow, interacting with boxing licensees in order to sell our vision and engage with the people so that the people can buy into the vision. These persistent attacks came only largely in the last year of our term in the board. This indicates that people are interested out there in order to see a board of their choice, and they will attack us, they will assault us, and largely and more often than not, they will not attack us because there is something wrong that is done by Boxing South Africa. The report that has been given by the acting CEO indicates the good work that Boxing South Africa has done. So I just wanted to explain that. But there are people who will go on social media and attack Boxing South Africa for no rhyme nor reason. The third question that came from Honorable Mhlongo related to the chief whip, the selection of the chief whip. Let me explain this, Chair. The Honorable Committee will realize that when Honorable Chief Whip was the MEC for Sport, Recreation, Arts and Culture in the Department of Sport in the Eastern Cape, she introduced a development program for boxing. And that development program, in spite of all the challenges that it has encountered, it has made a huge difference, a big positive impact in terms of developing boxing, particularly in the province of the Eastern Cape. But what is important, if one has noted the presentation of the acting CE, he has said in the period under review, the Eastern Cape province was leading the pack with 27 tournaments, and followed by Gauteng. If you make a thorough study of those tournaments, the bulk of those tournaments that made Eastern Cape to be number one came from that development tournament that was initiated by the Honorable Chief Whip when she was the MEC for Sport. And Boxing South Africa needs these partners who make a difference in the arena of boxing. Then that was the third one. That's all that I wanted to reflect on insofar as the questions that were raised by Honorable Mhlongo. Then I will go to one question for me that was raised by Honorable Van Dijk, the cancellation of tournaments at the last minute. The reality is that much as this is not desirable, factors on the ground make compel promoters to cancel tournaments at the last minute. When they do, we are compelled to accept that decision. It's not just one promoter. There are many promoters. There are several promoters, let me say. There are several promoters that have cancelled tournaments at the last minute precisely because their funders have pulled out at the last minute. The last three issues I want to reflect on. The one was coming from two come from Honorable Mtetwa. The one relates to board members staging tournaments. The South African Boxing Act number 11 of 2001, makes it very, very clear that a board member cannot put up a boxing show. There's not a single boxing member, to the best of our knowledge, there's not a single boxing board member that is staging it, that is a promoter and can stage a tournament. If there is such, we would need to be apprised of that information so that the normal processes of discipline can be taken forward. Remember that once it is barred by the Boxing Act, to do it is a criminal offense. So there is, to the best of our knowledge, there's not a single boxing board member that is involved in staging tournaments. If that happens, it happens clandestinely, and once the board knows, proper processes would take place so as to ensure that whoever is responsible for that unethical conduct, for that breach of law, is made to account for his misdeeds. Or the other one the CEO has answered, the one that related to money reaching boxers. The CEO has indicated that money is paid by Boxing South Africa directly to the account of boxers. If there is a promoter that steals the money of the boxer, it might be happening with the connivance of the boxer. And in that case, it might be very difficult or impossible for the board to know. Because if Sakiwa Soto, as a boxer, is managed by Lutando Jack, and the money is deposited into the account of Sakiwa Soto takes his card and gives it to Lutando Jack as a promoter, and Lutando Jack misuse that money, then it is the boxer that is making himself vulnerable. When the policies of the Board of Boxing South Africa has protected the boxer. Remember, from time immemorial, the governance of the sport has been about two key things: to protect the boxer against physical harm in the ring, to protect the boxer against exploitation from whichever quarter. So that Boxing South Africa does so well. As far as we know, money that is paid to the boxer goes to the boxer. If anything happens beyond that, it's a matter that we may not be aware of, precisely because it's an interaction between two individuals who understand one another when the boxer has been protected by Boxing South Africa. The last thing I want to reflect on, Honorable Chair, the last thing, sometimes the Board of Boxing South Africa performs so well, but sometimes statistics give wrong impressions. Here, we talked about the presentation of the acting CE, talked about 28 South African champions, as well as two, I don't know if you were talking about women national champions or what, but the point I want to raise, to emphasize, is that women boxing is new. And because women boxing is new, remember, it was even a struggle in the past. The Board of Boxing South Africa has done a lot to ensure. Am I still audible?
Yes.
I was saying the Board of Boxing South Africa has done a lot to ensure that women boxing in the country thrives. It has done a lot. Remember, there was a stage wherein it was difficult to get two boxers in the same division. And boxers, when they had to fight, they had to straddle divisions. A boxer that is a flyweight will fight with a bantamweight because there's no other flyweight boxer. But we have ensured that the advocacy for women boxing, for females to participate in boxing throughout the country, to ensure that they follow all the necessary processes of licensing as boxers. That has happened, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. And to the extent that now we are talking of 9 female champions. In the area of provincial females, I suspect that the acting CE, without criticizing him, he may have underreported, because I know off by heart 3 of them. Saziwe Simon is a provincial champion Northwest. Simamkele Tuchen is a provincial champion in the Western Cape. Owetu Khula is a champion in the Eastern Cape. So all I'm trying to say, there's no remarkable difference between what is presented in the report and what I'm presenting in what I'm adding. But the point I'm making is this is good progress when you consider the issue of where women boxing comes from in the country. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much.
I'm happy when all of you taking your time, and I cannot say don't do what both of you, 2 of Boxing South Africa responses, because we ask this information. Any other intake? And I'm happy when you're getting to details, in order that if we still have follow-up questions or want written questions, we must do so. We called you for that. Any other member?
Thanks, Chair. If the members don't want to come in, I'll just deal with, I think, 3 remaining questions. I think one question is with regards to the leaked letter that was written to the board by the former acting CEO of Boxing South Africa, alleging that there was interference. Whether we've addressed that matter. No, we did not address that matter because there was nothing to address, because we disagreed with the former acting CEO in terms of her observation. Why? Because, Chair, and we concur with members of the committee that perhaps the whole day would have been necessary so that we can explain.
Just a moment, Mr. Jack. Why is this slide is on our? Yes, thank you. Go on.
Yes, thank you, Chair. We've got 2 committees within the board, the sanctioning committee as well as the ratings committee. The 2 committees, especially the sanctioning committee, the Act enjoins us to establish the 2 committees. The sanctioning committee is responsible for sanctioning tournaments. It meets on a weekly basis. is chaired by a board member, and it's got external people who are non-board members who constitute the committee. It's chaired by Mr. Soto, who has just spoken now. So that committee, we refer to it as an operational committee, but it's the committee of the board, and by design, the Act 2001, the Boxing Act, enjoins us as the board to establish that type of a subcommittee, and her letter was basically pointed towards that direction. So we couldn't take any action in relation to that, because by default, that's what we've got to do as Boxing South Africa in conducting our business, especially in relation to that type of a committee. The second issue I want to raise, which was raised, I think, by Honorable Mamabolo, about some licenses threatening to affiliate with foreign boxing commissions. It's one, there are not many. It's one licensee who has made that threat, in the media. And I think, Chair, we've got to just say that
who's that? Who's singing? Who's that? Zolek? Who's that? Zolek? We are sorry about this.
No, that's fine.
I'm suspecting Zolek has got a problem of in-network. She was going to tell us who's this. Like even here now, he or she is not appearing, this person. So, which means the person who got our link and is doing this. Okay.
Yeah, no. Thanks, Chair. So I was saying it's only one licensee, and that licensee has been basically part of those people who have needlessly assaulting this organization, and calling people to resign from the structures, of Boxing South Africa. And that licensee is basically part of what the acting CEO characterized as a small grouping of people, largely outside our licenses, who anti-change, anti-transformation, but also who do not believe in a non-racial sport, and in our view, who suffer from the pre-1994 world of sport, in South Africa. So we really don't take those characters seriously, because in any case, Chairperson, there will always be anti-transformation forces in our country, and they will use sections, because again, let's not generalize and say all kinds of media. It's sections of the media, basically three media houses. So it's not true that overall media is three media houses that have been used by those who suffer from apartheid hangover, who do not want to see transformation happening in this country, and we do not want to see boxing occupying its place as a non-racial sport that is at the center of rekindling the national vision, placing at the center, social cohesion and so on, which is why the focus is not on how do we build on the successes that we have achieved over the past 3 years. How do we consolidate those successes? Responding to Mr. Honorable Mhlongo's question is, what legacy are we leaving as a board? The legacy is the boxing, the reality of the matter. If we don't operate in the context of a post-truth society where facts are not recognized, but dogmatic falsehoods, as the great scientist Thomas Kuhn would say, are regarded as facts, and facts, because we live in a post-truth society, in a society where knowledge is not regarded as an instructor to how we ought to do things, but falsehoods serve as the basis of our course of action. We ought to, boxing is the talk of the town, Chairperson. And because of the work of this board in the streets, and it's because we have brought television back into the sport. And some of the people who are attacking us, Chair, we're working with some people against us signing an MOU with SABC. Because they wanted SABC.
Unfortunately, that we fought as this committee in order that it must be like that. We called SABC, we called communication. So let those people who are fighting a transformation, let's answer other questions. We are clear about that. From this committee, we made it sure it was not easy.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, for that. The last one on the contents of the agreement with the former CEO, Chair. We signed a non-disclosure agreement. We can send to you evidence that all parties signed on the dotted line. So. It's true. There is no matter in court, Chairperson, as far as this matter is concerned. We have settled, and even the former CEO himself commented on papers confirming that indeed the matter is behind us. Thanks, Chair.
Any other intake from Boxing South Africa before I give our department?
Chair.
Chairperson. Hello.
My name is Khadu.
Honorable Van Dijk, lower your hand. I'm not yet there. Yes, Khadu.
Chair, good morning to you, Chair, and good morning to the rest of the parliamentarians. Chair, there's just one question that's been there, and I would like to attend to it. It's a question that says, or it's an issue that begins to say that as the BSA board, we allowed a non-rated boxer to contest the national title. Chair, with due respect, there is no boxer in this country who's licensed who has not been rated. What we do as the board and the ratings committee, we showcase 10 boxers. The boxers we showcase in every weight category are boxers who are eligible to contest the national title. In other words, every boxer from the first contender to the 10th contender is eligible to contest the national title. In the case referred to, what most of us missed out was that in the weight category itself, there were only 7 boxers.
you did not have contenders 8, 9, and 10. And that's where the problem was. So when we went into the matter, we found out that the records were there in terms of the activity of the 7 boxers, the weight category, the correct weight category, and the experience of all the contestants. What was not there was number 8, 9, and 10. So we dug deep. We looked into what is available on the instruction, of course, of the chair. We looked into what was available, and we found that other boxers who were supposed to be in the last 3 categories should have been there. And then the boxer who was handpicked by us, so to speak, to contest the title was actually taken from those last 3 contenders. That's what I wanted to say, Chairperson. Thanks.
Thank you. May I give it to the department before I'm coming back to honorable members? I'm seeing that we're exceeding the time, but we cannot not to finish the questions and follow-ups. I know the Friday meeting nabantu is a faras, but according to Parliament, it's a working day. But the exceeding of the time that was given is because of the issues that we need clarification. Some of questions, members, they do raise because they are seen out there, honorable members and Boxing South Africa. It's right when we are giving clarity. Maybe members, they cannot see things that are said by one of our entities, and when we are here not to ask clarity on this. So we are feeling free to respond and not feeling offended by the questions. Information is a power. Acting DG, Mandy.
Thanks, Chairperson and honorable members. I think it's not much, Chairperson, that I come through for, maybe 2 or 3 things. The first one, which is specific, it's on the composition of the board members and what the department is doing to address the gender balance in the future. I think, Chair, I did mention when I was presenting to say, we have done our best. If there is one thing that has kind of, even if it's a week delayed us according to the timelines we had for this process, it's exactly that, where we were trying to make sure that in the metrics of competencies that have to be put together in reconstituting a new board, we still remain with a good gender balance. We're aiming for a 50-50 chairperson and honorable members. If we miss it, maybe we shall just hit about 49%, but the jury is on the final signature that will be coming from the minister. We're currently at the final stage of this process. The report is now ready for the minister when he comes back. Hence, I was speaking with certainty to say, if all well in that file, based on the thorough work that we did at our best level of doing so, that should be signed off by end of this month, and an announcement should be made round about that time. And then the other part that was somehow attaching us was the issue of funding for Boxing SA. Chairperson and honorable members, I think we are all together in our conversations with the BSA and other entities to say, if it's by augmentation of budgets from funds that the department has, we have done our best to move the chess pieces within the budget cuts that we all have to survive. So now all that is required is also for us to step up our revenue generation measures, which is what we are nudging Boxing SA to do, as I also highlighted other areas that we are monitoring, amongst them being their revenue collection ability. I think, Chairperson, finally, again, it's just on the matter on the monitoring. As I did mention, I think that linked to the point of AG findings and what is being done to improve those findings. Ours, Chairperson and honorable members, is to make sure that there are no actions that get abandoned along the way. So we shall do our best to make sure that what is of recommendations in the action register, it's attended to in the channels of reporting that we have between us and the entity. But the actual implementation of what has to be done, it's in the purview of the board, and I think the board members have spoken thoroughly themselves on this area, but I'm just confirming that ours is to make sure nothing is left unattended to. Other than that, Chair, I think all other areas have been well covered by the board members. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Acting DG. I'm seeing a follow-up hands, Honorable Mhlongo, Honorable Eugene, Honorable Veronique. Just questions, honorable members. No preamble.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, which clause of BSA endorses the promoters that they can bail out by the regulators for paying other boxers? And I put it to you, Chair, that the CEO and Nobabu Sondo, the acting CEO Nobabu Sondo, they're misleading us, because Section 4.4/1, it's very clear on the tournament and process and policies. I can read that clause if they don't mind, because one of the things, when you mislead the House and we have a thing la, in other words, we must take you to task. If they can tell me what is Section 4.4.1 and 2, is it lying when it clearly defines what they told us, they're misleading the House. On the conflict of interest, Chair, BSA, can they provide the reason why Mr. Kulile Randu, as a board member who is supposed to respond for entity oversight, was involved in facilitating education training courses for BSA, and that took place this year? If they can they tell us why did the board member doing that? And if he didn't do it, he must put it again in this platform to say, I didn't do it. Remember, we foresee this as a parliament. How many of the training facilitated by him, and at what cost as a facilitator did he get? On the consequence management, Chair, I wanted to concur to my colleagues who don't see any consequence management that has been put forward here on this issue. But nonetheless, let me leave it, because even the AG stated clearly that it's a fallacy, it's a song, it's a hymn. There's no implementation thereof. Dr. Acting CEO, I think I've spoken to you regarding the bad publicity. You failed to respond to say the parliament postponed the meeting. You're supposed to say that. Now, for you to come with rhetoric, issues of transformation, irrespective, any guy, any white person or black person can ask why was it postponed. And then your view is parliamentarians postponed it. It's not you running away or BSA running away. Now you fail to respond to that. Your statement was racist. There's racism tone, which I foresee, Guti, you thought the people that are always attacking you on Facebook are questioning that. And I commented that you must come and account. And I knew that we've postponed this meeting. But nonetheless, Chair, other questions which were not answered, it's this issue, but they're saying it has been settled. But I wanted to find out if it has been settled, can we be assured with the letter, as they've asked you, Chair Guti, will get the letter, Guti. There's a settlement, your former CEO, and I'll be happy to get that copy, and then we'll take it from there. I don't want to make this as an issue against this individual who responded to me. I put it to you, the chairperson. I've put it to the doctor. You've been in this BSA for more than 3 terms. And to the department, we cannot recycle members of the board of BSA department. I think, Chair, through you, we must review the appointment of the minister, that we must be involved as we did in pencil. We must be given opportunity as parliamentarians to interview, to engage, to exercise our oversight to the appointment of the minister, because we tend to recycle members for years. There's no difference, and they're bringing now, as I know, they're bringing back old members again to come back. And the issue agenda, it's so important. Diversity is so important. We don't want a promotional cluster or a committee led by men. Why is it a cluster of promoting a woman boxing, but it's led by a man? It's totally wrong, Chair. Now, Mr. Saunders, tell us, how is boxing turning professional? Because nothing new, not this qualification of boxers. How does boxers turn professionals now as compared to previous? Because you are saying, just to sign a paper, you are saying it's new. Only you have been signed. Boxers goes to a graduation and they access thereof, and then it's like nothing new when you talk of morality, because automatically a paper is a paper. Because you've signed, you've workshopped, you've discussed it, but the implementation, therefore, with the discussion of licensees, I think, Obabu Sondo, I wanted to put it to you, can you prove that fighters, or as the chair of sanction committee, because boxers were not rated and the chairperson approved that, and it is clear, Gutitina, as a portfolio committee, you think we are not informed. We're doing our research, we know what is happening within the entity that we are doing an oversight. And lastly, can you give us, which was not answered, can you give us 3 top promoters? That is the last question, Chair. Who owes BSA? Because Mbuzile, the director, and I have it. He's a member of a certain political party. He benefits. Can you give us 3 promoters who owes BSA money, an amount, therefore, Sipe, who owes them, and then how much it is, and we'll take it from then. And CO, what do you define when you say, your definition, when you say historical debts? What is that in your understanding on the accounting firm, since you did accounting one? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mhlongo. Let me give it to the Honorable Teto.
Thank you, Chair. I won't lament. It is alleged that Kaba Promotions yield so much power, and therefore, thus BSA treats Kaba Promotions with preferential treatment. Why is Kaba Promotions still allowed to stage tournaments if he owes, or it owes, BSA money? And how much does it owe? The second one is that, which was not also answered, to the issue of bankruptcy. How much BSA has in its coffers as in now? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Teto. Honorable Van Dijk.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, there's quite a few of my questions that has not been responded to, and I'll put it in writing. But there's 1 or 2 that I just want to reflect on the responses. With regards to, I want to know, what is the purpose of the Boxing Act if it doesn't protect boxers over promoters? And I want to know, what is the consequence management for cancelling or withdrawing or postponing or reducing money that was supposed to go to boxers? Then on the response that was received on the unrated boxer, I just want to find out, why was that process not followed through so that there were 10 rated boxers? And how do you qualify to be an invisible boxer? Because that means that you can basically pick any person. And I want to know why Mr. Jack actually demanded that? And why was there a need to interfere? Why was it the process not followed properly in the first place? Then with regards to the question that I posted on the money that went to the previous CEO, this is public money, and I want to know if Boxing South Africa is entitled to sign a non-disclosure when it comes to taxpayers' money. And why is it a secret what the settlement is, and also what the legal fees are? I think that is for transparency reasons, we need to get those responses. But the rest I will put in writing.
Thank you, Honorable Van Dijk. Honorable Sibia.
And thanks, Chairperson. On the issue of governance, what are the guidelines for prioritizing gender and marginalized groups when selecting coaches with experience and qualifications? And as committee, we have emphasized the importance of a gender balance board supporting female boxing. I would like to know, do we have a single female member on the board? If not, it is concerning that the entity cannot address the issue until the end of the financial year. If it is yes, it will be good. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sibi. Can I give it to you, Chairperson, and you can locate your colleagues? Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Honorable Chair. I will ask the acting CEO to deal with this question. And then I will ask my colleagues to add, and then I will then just summarize, Chair, and thank members. Thanks, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I think on the issue of a journalist, the journalist did not contact us. The article of the Sunday Times, we woke up and you saw an article written. I've never received a call or a WhatsApp meeting from a journalist. So hence we are saying it's a deliberate attempt and just to defame and to portray us as people who are just negligence, who doesn't respect the parliamentary processes. I think that's the first one. On the issue of the second one, which has to do with the historical debt, I think the CFO can just in the annual report or in our financial quarterly report, we do report about the debt. I think last time it was sitting around 8, but I will have to confirm 8 million coming from a number of promoters. And that's what I was trying to explain, that there's a process that was put in place to recover. And there's been a back and forth between those who are owing PSA, stating their reasons about how the certain interest in those debt was accumulated. So it's what we've been dealing with as this board for the past 3 years, and we have not yet found each other. But what we've agreed with is that instead of letting the same system that has led to a point where you have so much debt which you can't collect, and that is based on that particular affidavit, of which, according to the promoter, the affidavit itself has errors. Using as PSA, we then said, while we are resolving the issue, we must amend our boxing regulation so that they take into account the issue of the new sanctioning model, of which once you adopt a sanctioning model, you will never have an issue of debt. The principle is, going forward, you must be able to deduct money or allow a promoter to pay money or charge a promoter upfront, just like you do with past money, upfront before the tournament can go ahead. If that fee is not paid, the tournament is not going ahead. So we are going that route because we are still battling together with the promoters, the ones that are owing PSA, about the historical debt. A lot has been done, but we have not yet even found each other in terms of that. It's only on the issue of going to a different route of developing a new sanctioning model, which is currently at an advanced stage, will be finalized soon. When we work with provincial departments, it is acceptable that when you work with a provincial department or a national department, and the national department gives you a commitment that this particular promoter or this tournament will be sponsored by us, and the particular department does give you reasons why the funds cannot be transferred upfront, because you can recover. Remember, the issue is about security. Sometimes you cannot recover from a private individual because you don't know whether they do have reserves or not, or funds or not. But when it comes to government, we get our allocation from government. Therefore, the commitment is coming from a government entity. We are an entity of government. You therefore cannot say, I want money before 12 o'clock, otherwise I'm canceling. It won't make logic. It won't make logic. And that's what we're talking about in terms of the loopholes that were there in the Act. So where there are loopholes, we usually use board discussions and board resolution to work to bridge gaps where we realized that there was a loophole. Hence why we embarked on a journey to amend the boxing regulation. I think Chair, I've covered all the questions.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order, Chair. Chair, in other words, ubabu usi acting CEO uti ba amende I Boxing Act lesinayo kushuthi ngikhuluma mangithi section 5.1 5.4 stroke 1. It's clear on what you are telling CEO now. You've amended it, but we are not aware of that. It's what you are telling us.
No, I'm not saying we've amended it. I'm saying where there is a gap between the Act and the regulation, and where there is a gap where the regulation does not address. For instance, the boxing regulation does not talk about what you call the celebrity boxing that we are seeing. And the board took a decision. In the absence of that, let us develop the guidelines that will assist us on how we are managing the rise of the celebrity boxing. It is not there in the Act. But you are seeing celebrity boxing. You had one in September, which was done in line with the guidelines that were developed. So I'm saying where there are gaps between the Act and the regulation, the board usually in between says, let us develop a guideline around this particular matter. And that's what we have.
Let me not allow this again, because I would love to have a follow-up. Let's take these responses. If we're not happy, I'm proposing to honorable members that now allow written questions beyond our times. Any other input? Who's going to answer in honorable Mthethwa and honorable Fandeke's questions?
Even mine, Chair.
Wena ndike ndathi thetha apha uyarhalela uba mkhotshe our member passed on Matatiele, who called him deputy chairperson.
Thanks, Chair. I will ask Mr. Adut to add to respond.
These people, why they want you to ask them? When people are raising honorable members' questions, they're supposed to know which question I'm going to deal with. Andifuni siqede le meeting. Umandi kuhlala ne-members, ne?
Xolo.
Kutheni bafuna ukuxelelwa? Hayi.
Xolo, Sihlalo. Mr. Khatu and then Mr. Soto.
Yes, Chair. I wanted to respond to this question around the ratings. Just to say that I have to say this. Ratings is not a numbers game. There are other variables that are taken into consideration. For instance, latent potential, pedigree, and all those that they are involved in the compilation of the ratings gradient. And where sometimes the committee itself does not do that well, they talk to us, they seek advice from us, and on the basis of what is available, we give guidance and way forward. Thanks.
Thanks, Madam Chair. May I come in on the question raised by Honorable Mhlongo?
Yes.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I tried to explain this question, and I thought I was thorough in showing the differences between the new model as well as the old model of turning professionals. I'm saying in the new model is guided by a memorandum of understanding. The memorandum of understanding, Honorable Chair and the Honorable Committee, the new model, the memorandum of understanding was thoroughly consulted on, involving structures both from the professional ranks as well as the amateur ranks, so as to make sure that whatever model that we come up with creates the synergy that is referred to in the Act. And I'm saying this is what has happened. We have gone to the extent of establishing committees that deal with the graduation of boxers from amateurs to professionals. And this appointment of this committee is based on the memorandum of understanding. And now there is synergy. You don't find a situation where a boxer is turned professional prematurely. All boxers that turn professional are turned professional precisely because that committee that is established in line with the memorandum of understanding has agreed that boxer A and boxer B must turn professional. So I'm trying to say everybody knows now, because the memorandum of understanding is signed and the memorandum of understanding was thoroughly consulted on, and the things that happen in terms of graduating boxers goes in line with that memorandum of understanding. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you.
Chair. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Padu.
Can I, with your indulgence, can I add on what Mr. Soto has just said?
Yes.
There's an important dimension. Thanks, Chair.
Yep.
Chair, look, the issue is, Chair, boxing is evolving, and what happens in the global world also affects us. Quite recently, the IBA, which is whose president is actually of Russian origin, have put boxing in a tailspin, so to speak, because they have allowed pro boxers to compete with amateur boxers, let me say that, or amateur boxers to dabble into the professional ranks. As we speak, boxers who were in the last Olympiad and did not get medals are available to go back to fight, to continue fighting as amateurs, but also are allowed by the IBA to dabble into international boxing. And that scenario is coming to us. And faced with that scenario, we then had to get into bed, so to speak, with SANABO and get closer to each other. Last year, amateur boxers went to a tournament in Europe and they came back. When they came back, guess what? One of the star amateur boxers was paid about 128,000 rand. He's an amateur. And you just have to think, if any local promoter wants to persuade that boy to get into the professional ranks, how much will that boy demand? So in view of those scenarios, Chair, we have to come closer to SANABO. We have to find ways of dealing with them quite seriously, because on one side they want to keep amateur boxers in those ranks because they want them to compete internationally. They want them to be the next Olympiads. On the one hand, our promoters wanted the best or the cream de la cream of amateur boxing to turn professional in order to increase the quality of professional boxing in this country. So there is that kind of conundrum, and we are peddling and we are discussing seriously with them. Hence the presentation by Mr. Soto. Thanks.
I would love that we must not go beyond 1 o'clock. If we can finish before that, it's going to be a bonus. Do you still want to respond? Honorable Van Dijk said some of her questions must be written. Honorable Mhlongo, andizukwenza kanjalo ngoku. Honorable members, if you still have things that are not answered, please write and then give a copy to the secretariat in order that I must assist to monitor those questions which are not answered. Yeah, correctly, Honorable Honorable Van Dijk. Honorable Mhlongo is writing promotion processes.
Chair, my question were not answered.
Yabona ke wena awuphatheki khange ndithi thetha. Unamakhalana apha ezindlebeni awuvuki ukuthi ndithi asuthetha ungakhonzwanga.
Ngicela uxolo mama. Ngicela uxolo kodwa mabaphendule only 3.
Unini jonga ngokuphendula. Unini ulicela uxolo kodwa wenza same thing.
Abaphendule ke ba mislead nendlu. Abakangiphikisi ukuthi ba mislead.
Hayi mani Mhlongo, hayi mani.
Bathulile.
Ngathi umntana omncane.
Bathulile ba mislead indlu.
Hayi inhlonipho imbeko Mhlongo, inhlonipho.
Sihloniphile Chair, ngicela uxolo kodwa abakhuluma amanga.
Hayi Mhlongo, I wish to see you in other life of yourself. Hayi. Jobe?
Chair, Chair, I think Ubaba Mhlongo must substantiate my allegations about this Manga because we have thoroughly presented everything here. And we have tried to respond with precision and accuracy to everything that he has raised. So on what basis he keeps on saying that we are misleading the House? Maybe he must tell us what questions, how he is expecting us to respond to the questions. Thanks, Chair.
Imali facilitator kwi board member niphendulile aniphendulanga. A board member facilitated the training, did not give me the amount and the value. Misleadile in section 4.5. You didn't talk about that.
Honorable Mhlongo, your behavior is too much in this committee. It's too much. It's too much, Honorable Mhlongo. It's too much. You don't behave like a leader. And I don't know what else can I do about your behavior. It's too much, Honorable Member. It's too much. I didn't give you platform to respond, to just respond radically without giving chance by chairperson. Honorable Mhlongo, it's too much what we are doing in the committee. It's too much. Honorable members, can I take this opportunity to say to all honorable members who have
Chair, my hand is up, Chair. I apologize, my hand is up.
No, Honorable Mhlongo, I'm not going to take your hand because when you like, you just speak, and I don't know now why hand is up, because in this meeting, I've been dealing with you not wanting to behave, Honorable Mhlongo. Honorable Malomane, no, it's too much with Honorable Mhlongo.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. If honorable members feel that there are questions that were not responded, can they put them in writing through to our secretary and then we'll get a written response? Thank you, Chair.
You are seconding what I proposed before this thing. I don't know what you want to say, Mr. Jack, because I'm not going to give you again, Honorable Mhlongo, because what Honorable Malomana is saying is what I've said before you burst out in this meeting, talking without given a chance to do that. I'm not really sure. And I don't know when I was about to give closing remarks. I'm seeing you, Mr. Jack. What do you want to say?
No, Chair, I wanted to thank thank you and the members of the Portfolio Committee.
I'm not yet there. I'm still going to have my closing remarks. The problem, it was the problem of this honorable member. When he wants to talk, just talk and responding while other people are still talking. I was correcting that. Honorable members, it was not an easy meeting. It was supposed to be a very good meeting to get information because of issues that your good self, you said we have got debts for 2 years. To me, that tells us that something is not on Department and Box in South Africa. We can't have debts that are overstaying for full 2 years. And I'm saying we are recommending that you must provide the oversight and monitoring of the implementation of the forensic report by the executive and authorizing and accounting officers. This material irregularity will implicated in the departments, like loss of 7.5 million made by the department where Box in South Africa is one of the involvement entities. This, what I'm closing with, it is the AG's report, and honorable members, you Box in South Africa, you are saying that consequence management we are doing and you department, but if it's taking that too long, while you have unqualified, but these glaring issues, you must go and don't have, I don't know, as we are going, you must give to other people, but you can't sit for these years that you will hear, but you are not seeing that if your systems were wrong, maybe are taking more than 2 years in order that your plan is there, in order that you must correct. It must not be like that. All what good things that we are doing by this that I'm reading here and asking that it doesn't, when you are doing a good work, one thing is a spoiler. So we don't want to see this. It's unfortunately that coming December, we're asking the incoming leadership if they can take where you left, in order that we must not have debts which are staying in there for 2 years. It's not on, but so far with the information to us, information it's a power to some of us who may not come back if we didn't call you in the next term, which is with a very few months which are left. Maybe they are 6, if they're not 5. We're wishing you well in whatever you are going. Even if you are remaining, you will always remember what this committee is saying, because within the committee, this is our all last term in this year. All will be depending on our voters in our areas. But with myself, I'm officially taking my pension to go and play with my grandchildren, as the young ones said. I'm agreeing to do so. Thank you so much. Mr. Jack, you can now get in.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I just want to thank you first for the journey that we've traversed together as with you as the chair of the portfolio committee over the past 3 years. We've learned a lot as this board from your humble leadership, decisive leadership, and your whip as well to us as Mandarins. We are here to serve the nation, so we've got to listen to members of parliament who are public representatives. So we truly appreciate the relationship that we have built over the past 3 years, with the portfolio committee. We also want to thank all members of the portfolio committee for holding us accountable. We ought to be accountable ourselves, because it is a public duty that we account to the nation, because as stewards, we preside over these organizations in the interest of advancing the public good. So we appreciate the questions, the robustness of members of parliament. We may not necessarily agree on everything they say, but we respect their duty to hold us accountable. We also want to thank the department as well for journeying with us over this period as our term comes to an end. We're ending our term with our heads held high in terms of the strides we have made over the past 3 years to turn around the sport of boxing. We've not achieved everything we wanted to achieve. We note the issues that have been raised by members, and where we've committed to provide written responses, we'll provide those written responses to members of the portfolio committee. And then lastly, Chair, organizations that, and this is proven scientifically, organizations that have turned around have got continuity in leadership, right up. The Puma-Ngena syndrome doesn't work scientifically. So we hope that there will be continuity and change in the context of boxing South Africa. Thank you so much, Chairperson, members, and thanks to the members of the board as well for attending this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Acting DG.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members. Indeed, mine is not going to be as elaborate as Chairperson Jack's one, because I am still to see the committee. I think we still have other 2 or 3 meetings. We always appreciate the questions that we receive. We know there are questions not to break us, but to build us. And we know that the public has a way of listening to these deliberations. So we appreciate it, Chair, when you give more time for explanations and questions, because it eliminates or reduces the questions that come to us, because people would have heard from this platform some of the things they want to know. So to everyone who participated and who prepared for this meeting, such that we were able to make this contribution of today, I appreciate your support in my wobbling leadership as acting DG. Thank you very much.
You're supposed to know, Mandy, you have been in this committee. Once saying acting, You must just accept that there are those members who will be telling you that acting. Can I take this opportunity to thank everyone and to thank honorable members that on Friday you made it that we must exceed the time, because this meeting was very important to all of us. And I'm suspecting that the two other meetings which are we are left with, we're going to do this energy that we are having. Now I'm declare this meeting closed.
Honorable Chair, please.
Thank you,
Only
Chairperson.
few outside,
Bakamba amanga la abasiphendulanga
This is Sandra Mhlobo.
is training money abasitsheli.
Usisimanga somntana.
The platform is yours, Mhlobo.